I'm a winner. I know how to win.
Ham! The midweek edition of the Rob Brown Show starts right now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. Great to have you on a Wednesday. Sexy Sports with Rob Brown and the Great Malonzo.
Nope.
Starts right now.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope? I'm feeling pretty good. Pretty good.
No way.
Really good on a Wednesday. Dudes and dudettes. Lots to get to, lots to talk about, lots to jump in on this AM.
You know what the problem is with your voice? The same problem with everyone's voice right now. It's early spring.
Early spring in Greenville. Why is January taking 7 months yet also flew by? I don't understand it.
Dude, it's going to be over 60 today.
Yeah, I know.
And you're wearing like flannel. What are you doing?
I got a text yesterday from a buddy of mine that was like, do you want to go golf tomorrow? I was like, have you lost your gosh dang mind, son? It's cold, bro. Texting him back. I'm like, I appreciate the invite. Not gonna be able to make it. And he goes, if it's because it's cold outside, it's not gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be like almost 70. I was like, shut up. Got up, got ready this morning. Completely forgot it was gonna be apparently like a pretty nice day.
Be, I believe, according to the weather app and according to the weather that we actually play here on the station.
Yep.
Like in the 60s, maybe all week or the rest of the week.
Subscribe, by the way. Subscribe. Here for it.
If it stays this way into summer. I mean, if we get 40 at night and 60s during the day, I'm okay with it. As long as we just go all the way through February, through March, and then jump right to summer like we normally do in South Carolina, I'm good with that. I want to go back to like the 30s suddenly. That's why everyone around here has that voice.
Because we have our fake winter, we have our fake spring. We get fainted, we get deked into thinking the temperature has finally changed.
Aren't we right around rodent time, I believe?
Right around what?
Rodent time.
Rodent time.
Groundhog Day.
Oh. I was like I know you live in a compound, but like, so like a thing that has like a,
no, I have a cat
festival
now.
of rats?
I have a cat now. There's no longer rodent time. No, isn't a groundhog a rodent? I do believe that's what Bill Murray's called them in Caddyshack.
A varmint? I got nothing. I do see that Perea Lewis of WYFF is saying that this afternoon, sunny, warm, and T-shirt weather across the upstate. Don't hate that at all. Here for it. Subscribe. I'd love to go home and just put on a T-shirt and enjoy, We got a lot of sports to get to.
By the way, Groundhog Day, Sunday, February 2nd.
Yes, it is.
Which would be this Sunday.
That would be this Sunday.
Yeah. So get up Sunday and celebrate rodents.
Does anybody still like get into that? Groundhog Day is just an excuse for me to pop a Bill Murray movie on
all
TV.
the people in Pakistani, they're all into it.
Yeah.
And there's a place around here that does it too. I think in Atlanta, maybe.
There's a lot of places that do it. My question is, how many, do people still roll with that? Like, yeah, man, Groundhog Day. Can't wait. Big day for everybody. Has anybody ever?
Ethel, did he say you shattered?
And I got nothing. That's not true. I do have something. 4 hours of electrifying sports talk entertainment starting right now. Great to have you. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. Introduction's done. Let's move on.
I do want to point out that I enjoyed the video that you put out just because there's just a whole lot of me with my hand on my chin going,
you looked mildly
are you kidding me?
I liked it so much. For those of you that didn't catch the opening of the show yesterday, we did an accidental rendition of Sexy Sports with Rob Brown. And then, because I'm me, decided, yeah, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something dumb with that. Do I just switch to this voice permanently?
Yeah, I don't really want to switch roles and be the energy guy.
I feel like the ladies might like it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sexy Sports with Rob Brown. Wait, we can test it.
Oh no, man, this just sounds really flimmy.
It's a special music. Let's see how this goes. Ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome to Sexy Sports with Rob Brown and begrudgingly Lonzo. I want you to know we've been thinking about you all night. We couldn't wait to get in bright and early this morning and wake you up with the smooth, seductive stylings of the sports show of your dreams. I've been told I yell too much. I've been told I'm too annoying. I'm too over the top in the mornings. Maybe we drop it down. Maybe we do Sexy Sports with Rob Brown.
Everyone's sciences are messed up right now. Everyone's coughing and stuff. And I don't know if it's the dry heat, the cold weather combination. I don't know.
It's a dry heat.
Stop.
So I play that for two reasons. Number one, hey guys, I'm a true millennial now. All right. Number two, that took me like an hour and a half to edit down.
I just
you know
want
how mad I was.
I want to point something out. In that clip, you proved my point. You could hear when the bass in your voice kicked in. You left that part in there, and you could hear suddenly you went into what Steven has talked about on stream. You went into Sex Panther. Sex Panther showed up. You could hear the bass to suddenly get in there.
I'm just going to call myself the Sex Panther now.
You did for a long time. You've already forgot. Your memory.
I think was like, this is what I'm going to come out. I think I'm going to introduce ourselves back to the show as, ladies and you're going first now.
You did
so
like
I can say,
3
ladies
days.
and gentlemen, welcome to the Rob Brown Show with the great Malonzo and me, the Sex Panther, Rob Brown.
Yeah, like 3 days ago, 3 days straight, like a year ago, you just decided you were Sex Panther. You
Let's bring it back.
That?
I don't, but Lonzo, let's be real. You've worked with me long enough. I barely remember Monday. So
I gotta admit, I forgot till Steven reminded me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
don't act like you're better than me.
It is Wednesday.
What are we going to talk about today? Like, this is a weird spot in the sports talk calendar because on one hand, we do have the biggest football game of the year coming up next Sunday.
You're just proving that you've already lost interest. I mean, you know, it's so long to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, how could anyone not lose interest? You've already. What do you want to talk about? You've already lost interest.
You took Cody Decker's take personally.
All right,
personally.
It's not a good take, man.
I agree with that.
It's not because of the Super Bowl being taking 2 weeks to get to.
I didn't like the take.
It's just saying, hey, I'm not a college guy, or saying, hey, my team's not in it, so I don't care.
I didn't like the take, but like it stuck with you personally.
Well, I'm just hopefully people around him are doing the same thing to him because they should.
So this is a weird spot in the sports calendar. Not because the Super Bowl is now, 11 days away, and I feel like I'm at risk of losing interest or anything. I'm not. Like, you could play the Super Bowl. I will agree with one thing that Deck and Beetle said that started that conversation, which is you could play the Super Bowl in July, and I'm gonna show up and watch it. No questions asked. It's an interesting spot in the calendar because I have two options, which is one, we can to some degree back burner it a little bit and talk about everything else. And there's plenty more to talk about. We've got college basketball going on, some big time games last night. South Carolina falls to 0-8. I'm convinced this team isn't going to win an SEC game this year, a year after everybody was super pumped, and rightfully so, about what Lamont Paris was doing in Columbia. They may not win a conference game this year. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on because this is going to be, and I promise you, later on today, somewhere on the internet, I am going to find a tweet, a post, a thread, or whatever about how Rob Brown is a Gamecock apologist for this take. I am concerned about it because there is one reason that the Gamecocks are in this spot on the basketball floor. And it is a reason that is going to have to be proven by Lamont Paris next year that this was a one-off mistake and not a big-time problem. And we'll circle back around to that later in the show. Clemson. We had John Blau on Monday. I've talked some college basketball. I was on last night with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath. And we were off the air setting up for that interview. And I asked Bradley about a couple of ACC squads. We talked a little bit about Louisville. That's now a 16-win team. And I asked him about Clemson. I'm like, do you believe that Clemson is a noisemaker? Not necessarily like a Final Four threat this year, but do you think they could have some say in who is? Do you think they can maybe step into the Cinderella role? Brad was like, yeah, I do. Like it's an interesting team. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. We got college basketball. We got hockey to get into. We can get into a little hockey here on the show as the NHL starting to heat up. Carolina Hurricanes, Carolina Hurricanes, another win last night. Good news. They have separated themselves a little bit from the pack in terms of the Metropolitan Division. They are now not just in second in the division, but they are in a clear second. They have opened up a little bit of space between them and the Jersey Devils. And I do want to talk about that. They are still quite a bit away from from Washington, from the Caps, for the tops in that division. And frankly, I don't think they're going to catch them. We can circle back to that. Point is, there's a lot going on in the world of sports right now. But because we haven't played the Super Bowl yet, we haven't really downshifted out of that football mentality. And my question is, do you guys get on board with 2 weeks of Super Bowl talk? I mean, we can absolutely do it. I promise you I got enough in the tank. We could hit different topics every day and carry for 2 weeks on the Super Bowl alone. At the same time, it's 11 days away. I don't believe that. I heard a host say yesterday that they kind of hated this week in the role of sports talk host. They said, because I'm going to burn through all my Super Bowl stuff. And I was like, you shouldn't. You should. There's too much Super Bowl. There's so many narratives, so many storylines, so many different X's and O's if you want to break it down, so many human elements if you want to talk about the human interest side. There's no way to burn through all the Super Bowl stuff in 2 weeks. My question is, as it is with everything we do here on the show, doesn't mean I don't ignore my own thoughts sometimes, but as it is with everything we bring up on the show, my question is always about audience burnout first, right? Like, do you guys want 2 hours or 2 weeks of Super Bowl talk? Or would you rather us spend like the rest of this week dialed in on everything else and circle back to the Super Bowl next week once we're within a week? It is the biggest game of the year. It is the most watched event in television history every single year. Do we stick on this for a week and a half? And it doesn't just have to be the Super Bowl, right? Like it can be all of the other things that come along with that.
I know. Let's break down all the 30 other teams who weren't good enough to make it to the Super Bowl and why they didn't make it.
Well, I mean,
team by team.
I think there is value in starting the off-season conversation for everybody else. It's already started. We've obviously got, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, and we'll get back into today, we had a handful of new head coaches that were introduced around the National Football League yesterday.
This is too long. I'm not joking about that. And the other problem with waiting this long is there are some people who stay focused on football and switch to basketball when football is over. So you don't want to jump to basketball yet because football is not over until after the Super Bowl. And you got to wait and you got to wait and you got to wait for it. Just go ahead and play it the following week. Then football season is over. You can jump to something else and really get in depth with something else.
See, I'm good with the 2-week break, and I'm good with the 2-week break for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a good spot to put the Pro Bowl. All right, it's just a naturally good spot to put the Pro Bowl. You can't put unlike other sports, you can't play the All-Star season, the All-Star game in the middle of the NFL season.
Well, they used to play it after the Super Bowl.
They did.
The switch has only been 5 years or something?
No, I think it's been a little bit longer than that. I think the switch to flag football and the not the skills competition, that's been going on for a while, but the format of non-contact football has been in play for a while. But again, I think that makes sense because realistically speaking, and this is more from the television side of it. And again, as much as we as fans say, we want this and we want that, at the end of the day, every decision that gets made about what the NFL does, really any league, college football included, every decision that gets made about what a league is going to do is made based on what is going to happen to the fans, to the viewership.
According to the internet, it didn't switch till 23.
Playing it between the conference champion? No, that's not right. That's not right, is it?
No, I'm sorry. It's 2010.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been way longer.
The 23 was when they switched to the
flag football.
But but still 2010. So up until that point, that's a long time.
And I would
it was before the Super. I mean, after the Super Bowl.
I agree, but I was all, and obviously I was also young and very dumb back then. But I also think that nobody really cared. They cared in that back then. It was also a football game, right? The boys were putting on pads.
Well,
and granted, it wasn't like wholesale full contact all the time, but people watched it because it was football.
Back in my day, back in the 80s and 90s, the Pro Bowl, some of them fellas got in there and it hit, and it was an honor. It was an honor to go. People weren't passing on it and all that kind of stuff. If you weren't there, it's because you were injured. And I liked it better back then. This is when I'm usually not. It was better back then, but the Pro Bowl was better back then.
I mean, again,
and All-Star games in general, except for maybe baseball, have went to exhibition when they used to kind of mean something. There was some pride in it for the players who went to them.
There was, but also athletes weren't making the kind of money they're making today.
I don't know if money has anything to do with it.
But how does it not?
Yeah.
You're going out there to play an all-star game and end up getting smoked by.
So you're saying the starting quarterbacks in the Pro Bowl in 1989 were not rich?
Correct.
They were rich.
Correct.
Oh, they absolutely were rich.
They may have been rich, but I also think that compared to if you were to take let's put it this way. All of us are out of the last presidential election was defined by what? The economy. We're all saying, hey, wages are stagnant while inflation is it's actually not growing, but that's a whole different conversation we're not ready for. They're saying wages are stagnant, but the price of everything is getting higher, right? For sure. Compare that to NFL player salaries. That ain't slowing down, is it? Those guys are getting paid more and more every year. We're getting a new highest contract ever every single year. The amount of money these guys are getting on the table, yeah, I wouldn't play an all-star game either, right? Like, absolutely not. So the point here, and we can kind of continue this discussion as the show rolls on, is I don't care that guys decide not to play or to play. The flag football game would obviously be a lot more interesting to me if I didn't have Drake May filling in as a substitute. Like, the quarterback of a 2-win football team, that's our all-star. But it kind of is what it is. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll pick this up on the other side. Not where I thought we were going, but who the hell cares? It's Wednesday. It's not Super Bowl week. We got stuff to do. The Rob Brown Show's on the radio. It's the Fan Upstate. I forgot what I was about to say to you. It was in regards to our conversation the other day about the cart order.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was listening yesterday for about an hour and a half, middle day Eisenstow, and it was flipped. It was multiples of in a row. So it must have just been a weird time that I caught.
Here is your game of the week, presented by
Here's your game of the week.
Full swing as teams are battling through their conferences. Few conferences are as good as the SEC this season, where top-ranked Florida will head north to look for another win over Tennessee. Will Florida be able to speed up the game again, or will Tennessee set the pace to secure a top 25 win for their resume? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all of those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. You can now buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Sponsored by Lowe's. My Lowe's Rewards Week is coming, and it's kind of a big deal. Members, get ready for up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Join for free today. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms subject to change.
Will he make it back in time?
Listen on your phone, download the Odyssey app, and search The Fan Upstate.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan Upstate on your HD radio at WFBC HD3. There's just one more thing. And on your computer at
TheFanUpstate.com.
Always streaming wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Make The Fan Upstate.
What kind of place is this?
Hilarious that you played that because I actually have a Jim Harbaugh / SpongeBob SquarePants clip for later.
I just want to say I nailed it right on the beat too. I mean, it was smooth.
Well, you're not executive producer for nothing, you know. He's not the best color guy in the business for no reason, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob the Great One Lonzo and yo. Be a part of the show. 844-326-3663 is the number to call the show. 844-326-3663 is the number to text the show. Kane said, hey, Rod, it's Kane. It's okay if you sound like a Gamecock apologist. It's absolutely unacceptable for someone that is a self-proclaimed Clemson fan to get behind the microphone and sound like a Gamecock apologist. Have a great day. Saints suck. No need, Kane. No need for that at the end. No need mainly because I already know.
I wonder who he was talking about.
I already know. So we were talking a little bit about the Pro Bowl coming up. We got the skills competition tomorrow night. And I'll tell you this. I love the skills competition.
Yeah, me too.
I really do wish.
I mean, the flag football, I'm okay with. I mean, it looks like those guys are having a blast. But I like the skills stuff, and I like all seeing them do extra stuff. I like that. The football, that's what they do.
You can count me into the people who enjoy the flag football game. Okay, you can count me in.
Again, I didn't say I didn't hate
No, I
it,
wasn't
but
talking about you.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just saying in general. You can count
to
me in.
To me, it's not the attraction of the weekend. It's all the other stuff.
You can count me into the people who enjoy the flag football game because number one, and I know that this is you can think whatever you think about this. I don't really care. I like being tuned into the side of sports that like lets the fellas be the fellas and goof off and have some fun. And you do that, right? Like we see some goofy stuff. You see the boys laugh and having a good time. And there's something about that to me. I've worked with and around professional athletes for a very, very long time. The athletes that I appreciate the most, that I root for the hardest, are the ones that I've had the opportunity to like see their personality, and they have a great personality. Lonzo and I we interview wrestlers every time one of the major companies come to town, and we will root for even the baddest bad guys if they've come on the show and been awesome, right? Like that's just how it goes.
Which is just about all of them that have come on.
A solid chunk.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I like the flag football game. Am I like prioritizing it? If there's a college basketball game on at the same time and it's like number 1 versus number 2, am I prioritizing over that? No, not really. I'm still a sports guy at heart, but it kind of is what it is. I enjoy it. I enjoy the skills competition quite a bit. There's just something entertaining and enjoyable. And on top of that, I think we watch so much football during the course of a season that I think sometimes we kind of lose a little bit, or maybe it's just me, but we kind of lose a little bit what it is that we're watching. Because when you have some of the most freak athletes on planet Earth doing a thing, but they're doing it against other freak athletes, then it just kind of looks normal, right? Like every now and then you have a Saquon 57-yarder for a tutty where he backwards hurdles a guy, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. These guys are not normal. Got it now. But when it's good competition and you got freak athletes on both sides, they can kind of make themselves look like everybody's on the same page. And reality is they're just not. So to see the flag football contest where they're kind of doing something out of their element, but they can still let that raw athleticism show off, there's something that is interesting, entertaining about that for me. But the question mark that we got to that I should say that got us here, the question mark that got us here was, would we rather kind of hold off on Super Bowl talk till next year? I got on BetMGM tonight, and we kind of jumped into Super Bowl talk a little bit, right? They said they basically asked me my early bets, and you don't care about this unless you're a gambler, but betting the Super Bowl is real interesting because it is the most gambled on event by people who only gamble on an event or two per year, right? Like, it's the most gambled on event by people who won't place any other bets throughout the year. People will log in and they will put down Super Bowl bets, and then they won't bet again until like maybe March Madness, but realistically more than most, the next Super Bowl. And so when that happens, it makes it a really interesting time to be a big time gambler. It makes it a really interesting time to be me and Cole Bryson, who like do this seriously and enjoy it. And it's part of our favorite thing to do.
Wow, that was kind of mean.
No, I mean, listen, like people who drive out of the state to go place wagers, right? I drive to Asheville sometimes on a weekend. I'll drive up. It's like 45 minutes from the house. I will drive up there, not even all the way to Asheville. I would drive across the North Carolina border to sit there and lock in some bets. I know Cole does the same thing. That's not a shot at anybody. That's just Cole and I I host a nationally syndicated gambling show, right? Like, I'm big into it. And so it makes it really interesting. And I'm not talking about like picking over unders. I'm talking about putting money on lines and totals and spreads and yada, yada, yada. Because people who don't gamble very often will gamble on this game, and they will move the line one way or another in ways that don't happen in the regular season. The total opened in this game at 49.5 points. I said last night on BetMGM tonight, I'm like, look, if you like the over, bet it right now, because when casuals start getting in, and I don't say that with any sense of, derogatory connotation, but when the casuals get involved.
You're right, MJF. No reason to think that you meant that derogatory.
No, listen, if you gamble 1 or 2 bets a year and you do it during the Super Bowl, fine, like, good. If that's your thing to do, I'm not judging. That's fine, whatever. What I'm saying is, so many people do that a line that opens at 49.5 and is getting, gets half the play on the over, half on the under from people like me, that line's not going to move all that much. But when casuals play, what are they betting? They're betting the over. Why? Nobody wants to bet to watch the Super Bowl to not see touchdowns scored, right? Like, if I'm going to bet the under, I'm rooting for defenses. That's boring at a Super Bowl party. So a bunch of people bet the over. Well, if a bunch of people that ordinarily don't bet all of a sudden start throwing hammers at the over 49.5, eventually that line might go to 50.5. It might go to 51.5. And if I'm playing the over, I want to get it at that 49. But if I want to play the under, if I'm going, hey, listen, Philly's defense is good, Kansas City's defense is good. Yes, Saquon could pop one, but the Eagles are going to run it 34, 35 times in this game. It's going to bog the score down. Then I want to wait till the minute of kickoff, because if the casuals push that line up instead of maybe the half a point or a full point that the Sharks would, if the Casuals all jump in and they skyrocket that thing to 51.5, I want to wait till it goes as high as it will to bet the under. It's just an interesting aspect to this.
Who's favored right now?
The Kansas City Chiefs are by 1.5 points.
So if I were a Kansas City Chiefs fan and I wanted to bet on my team, how would I make money?
My suggestion to you right now would be to wait. And the reason I say it would be to wait is this. Again, the casuals. You can kind of read where the casuals' money are going to go based on the narrative.
So let's say all the Swifties decided to bet on Kansas City to win.
Realistically, the Swifties aren't the ones that are betting.
No, I'm saying if they were.
Well, if they would, then they would push.
That's a lot of people. I'm talking about a mass of people.
I'm gonna.
How would that push the line?
I'm gonna lay that out. here's how the narrative plays. You got to start with, do you think more money's coming in? Do you think down the line more money's going to come in Philly and Kansas City? Where do you think the national bets are going to go? For me, it's the Eagles. I think the national feel right now is, justified or not, it is Chiefs fatigue. All right? That's just what it is. It is Chiefs fatigue, and we can blame it on officiating, or we can blame it on just the fact that, everybody loves the underdog until the underdog wins, and then they hate the winner.
So these are people who just go out and bet because they hate another team?
No. Stick with me here. I am talking about people who bet because it makes watching a game more fun. They learn a lesson about gambling, which is, as long as you're not losing your ass, gambling on sports makes it more fun. To me, it makes it more entertaining. I do it all the time. If you're good at it, make a little side change, make a little beer money. I bet beer money. I don't bet hundreds of dollars. I bet beer money, right? Like I'm the smallest fish on the BetQL network. But if I'm, so I'll give you the perfect example.
If you drink a lot of beer money might be a lot of money.
Beer money could be a lot of money. I will give you the perfect example, which is my wife. My wife's not a gambler. She doesn't care, right? Like, she listens to me talk about it, but she doesn't care. However, last year on the Super Bowl, when we were talking about this, last year on the way to the Super Bowl party, she's like, hey, can I make a bet? I was like, yeah, sure, we can do that. Now, she likes the over-under. She doesn't like totals and point spreads and all that. She likes over-unders. And so what did she want to do? She wanted to log a bunch of Travis Kelce bets. Over receptions, over yards. She's like, explain to me what I'm looking at here. She's very casual. Well, here's the thing. If there's, 5,000 my wifes who don't bet, but she goes, well, we're going to go to this Super Bowl party, and I know you're going to be having bets, and you're blah, blah, blah. I want to do it too. And let's say there's 10,000 wives and girlfriends, 10,000 wags around the country that bet on Travis Kelce to go over his yardage prop. And his yardage prop right now, and this is true, is set at 69 nice and a half, right? If 10,000 Swifties go, Taylor's going to be there. He's going to be all over this. And they all bet the 69 and a half over. Well, guess what? Even if that money is money that's not ordinarily bet, and even if 69 and a half is a good number, Vegas is going to go, even if it's a one-time scenario, there's a liability here. So we're going to bump that up to 71 and a half, 72 and a half. And all of a sudden, if you were looking at a Kelce over, even though you probably had a good read and you think 70's in play, my wife bumped it up to 72 and a half by being the one bet she makes. Well, that's true about every number on the board. And so if the narrative is true and that there's Chiefs fatigue and that America's on the side of the Philadelphia Eagles this weekend, a ton of people might start betting the Eagles, but they're going to do that closer to the Super Bowl parties, right? They're not going to do it the Wednesday before. They're going to do it next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so we get closer to the party. So if I'm looking, say, and thinking like genuinely, I think the Eagles win this game, then you better grab it now, because if you believe, as I do, that America's going to log a bunch of casual bets for the Eagles, they're going to drive that value down for you next week. They're going to change that value up, and you're going to get less value for betting the Eagles to win the game. So I'm grabbing it now. But if I'm a Chiefs fan and they're a 1.5 point favorite, meaning they've got to win by 2 or more to cover, I might wait on that. And I might wait for America to lodge all of its pro-Eagles, we're tired of the Chiefs bets, because if they lodge all those bets, what happens? That 1.5, maybe it goes down to Chiefs by 0.5. Now I just got to win the game. It may come down to, Chiefs plus 0.5. Now they can lose by 1 or whatever the line ultimately might end up being. It might benefit me a little bit. So the point of all of that, actually, aside from helping you win some money, because that's what I do if you're a gambler, the point of all of that is, do we talk about all of that now? Do we get into all of that now? I think that conversation, if you're a gambler, is kind of interesting, because obviously my strategy on how to play bets is I've already got a lot of my Super Bowl bets down, because there's a lot that I like that I think the public influence is away from me. So I'm going to get it now. But aside from gambling, like as far as the X's and O's, is it worth it for me right now to take some time on the show to diagnose what I think Saquon Barkley's run game looks like against Chris Jones and the Chiefs defensive line versus an underwhelming Washington defensive line, but a better linebacker core.
Which is bet on more, prop bets or the actual game?
My bet would be prop bets. Because prop bets, well, I know that's prop bets because you have DraftKings and Prize Picks and all these others that all you're allowed to do. In South Carolina, for sure, because all you're legally allowed to bet on if you are in the state borders is props, right? Over-unders. You can't bet on the game here unless you drive up the road to North Carolina. So do we talk about all this now? Or do we pay attention to NHL, pay attention to college basketball, start talking NASCAR, the Daytona 500s in 2 weeks? Do we start talking about all of these things, or 3 weeks? Do we start talking about all of these things? Or do we stick on the Super Bowl for a week and a half? I don't really know how to handle it, to be honest with you. I've only done it 17 years. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Funny, we both immediately thought this is old, but it's not.
That is 100% what happened.
Denied.
Okay, there is an account on Instagram where this guy takes classic songs and he does them in the style of a different audience. This is if Creed performed Evanescence's Bring Me to Life, and I'm super excited about it. Why is the audio so bad?
It's the same guy we were listening to before, right?
Mm-mm. He nailed it, though. That's definitely the sound.
The audio is really bad.
Yeah, it is.
To hear how the music.
I wonder why that is.
Does it sound like Creed music?
Yeah.
Because all you can really hear is the drums.
This is only going to impact the very small number of us that have been there and done it and cared, but the Muppets 3D show at Disney World is being closed in July. And I'm not that particular ride or show or thing that I like at a theme park is closing, how sad guy. It happens every now and then. When they close Jaws at Universal Studios, I was pretty bummed out. The Muppet 3D experience at MGM is one of the funniest things that has ever happened. And I am infuriated that they are closing it.
Maybe the interest in Muppets has waned.
I don't think so. They're still making projects with the Muppets.
Speaking of projects with the Muppets, they're making Labyrinth 2, and I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, obviously, they got to find a new bad guy.
The Hensons are involved, so I'm assuming that there's going to be Muppets in it.
But like, no Bowie.
The guy who I agree. What's her name? Whose name I know really well, and just escaped me. The original
Jennifer Connelly.
Jennifer Connelly is still around. Obviously, she was just in Top Gun. That was her in the Top Gun sequel. So they said it's a direct sequel from everything I've read.
I mean, I'm all in. I'll 100% go see it.
Is it Sarah grown up and it's her kids' experiences? What is it? I mean, they can do all the Muppets. You're right.
Yeah.
They can't do Jared. Well, they could. They can just replace him with someone else. Hopefully they don't CGI it. I mean, AI it.
What babe? The babe with the power. What power? The power of voodoo.
Maybe Hoggle now is in charge of, or Sir Didymus.
Sir Didymus.
Ludo is now the king of the
God,
goblins.
I'm 100% watching Labyrinth this week now. I saw this question asked yesterday. I liked it. This is what I call peak off-season radio. Okay, you'll hear me. And for the record, when I say peak off-season radio, we all do it. Okay, you get to the point, and this is ordinarily stuff that's taking place more June, July, right? NBA season's over, NHL's off. Basically, there's a point on the calendar where all we have is NASCAR and golf. And as a NASCAR and golf guy, awesome, big fan. But I also know that most of you aren't NASCAR and golf guys.
Is that like the brief window before baseball starts?
And you do have baseball. Yeah, I probably should have mentioned that show, that other sport that I also get paid to talk about professionally.
Sorry, I just thought
you know what I was
almost all the way year round.
So. Not quite, but close enough. We are only a couple of months away from opening day, and I'm pretty pumped about that. Braves got a big sign in Jurickson Profar over from the Padres the other day. That outfield, when Ronnie Acuna comes back, if Jared Kelenic can get his act together, could be pretty good.
Should we secretly, when Rob's out of the room, predict when the panic starts?
See, I don't know. I mean, I can technically
narrow it down to a date.
I can
he will
say
panic on this date.
No, I can tell you right now, I'm having an off-season panic already. Because Charlie Morton went up to Baltimore. I don't know who our 5 guy in the rotation is. I'm not entirely sure. I know who our 4 guy in the rotation is now. And with what the Dodgers are doing and deferring, and this is not an exaggeration, $1 billion in pay. The Dodgers have $1 billion in deferred money on the books right now. $1 billion that they just don't have to pay until a few years down the road. It's pretty infuriating. They're not breaking any rules. They're allowed to do it. Every team's allowed to do it. Just nobody else wants to. If you want to compete this year in the National League, you better go find yourself another rotation guy, and you better go find yourself another relief pitcher. And right now, the Braves just aren't making moves. Granted, Alex Anthopoulos is absolutely a guy that'll make moves into spring training, which we're just a couple of weeks away from. But, I feel like the last couple of weeks have kind of been like poking the Braves with a stick. Like, do something. Please, do something. I'm begging you here. I'm watching the Dodgers stack a Billy on deferred money and picking up literally global free agents over here. And then I'm looking at the Braves. They got the Profar signing, which is great, and have done nothing else. They got guys leaving. We know we got guys like Spencer Strider who aren't going to be available till April. You're going to need to fill that spot. Are we going back to Ian Anderson, who after his arm injury just never has been the same guy? I feel like I'm poking the Braves with a stick. Do something. I'm begging you right now. And they're just not. That's not to say they won't. Again, you all know how Alex Anthopoulos works. Alex Anthopoulos takes his time. He gets to it when he's ready to get to it. It's hard for me to say that we should be criticizing the guy after what he's done in Atlanta the last couple of years. But at the same time, I'm watching the Dodgers get better. I'm watching the Mets get better. I don't know if I'm watching the Phillies get better, but I'm not watching them get worse. And the Braves are just kind of like hanging out right now. And I could argue it's maybe a little panicky right now for Atlanta fans, but we'll put that aside. It's not quite baseball time yet. Here's what I did want to get to. And this might be a conversation that we have throughout the course of the show today. If the Chiefs win, great one. Where would you stack them in the list of NFL dynasties over the years? Where would you stack them? I went and looked yesterday and just kind of tried to pick teams and eras that are widely considered to be dynasties based on looking at a handful of different sites that power rank dynasties. Here is the order rough order, and it's obviously very subjective, but the rough order that cumulatively we seem to have our dynasty stacked right now. I don't have an argument with the Patriots. It's a 17-year dynasty from 2001 to 2018. They won a fistful of rings. They had the guy that is today considered the GOAT, although have you heard the stat that Mahomes reached 5 Super Bowls 5 years before Brady got to his 5th Super Bowl in terms of age? Everybody's like, oh, can Mahomes catch Brady? He is well ahead of pace to catch Brady.
By the way, everything Mahomes is doing right now, and some of the other Chiefs on that team have never been done before. So, I mean,
he is for those who
as
have
far as
said,
how quickly they've reached and like how many AFC championships they've won or games they played in. And I mean, barring an offsides in one game and a coin flip on another, they could have went to every Super Bowl his entire starting time.
Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. So I say right now today, 2001 to 2018 New England Patriots, I would say the 72 to 79 Steelers are at the top of that list. I would say that the late 60s Packers, well, I should say 60s Packers because it was like 60 to 67 during the Lombardi era, is up there. I would say that the 81 to like mid 90s 49ers, those Jerry Rice Niners, are on this dynasty list. I would say the Cowboys of the early 90s, because they had a dynasty, but it was like a 4-year run, right? Where the Cowboys were great. Had like a 4-year run until 95 when Jerry sent JJ packing, and it's been all downhill ever since. But that 4 years was about as good of a 4 years as you've ever seen. I would say I saw the Raiders pop up a bunch of times. Now, this was before my time, great one. You may or may not have something to say about this. I don't know. But I saw a couple of places yesterday list the Raiders, but it was interesting because they said Raiders from like the mid 60s to the mid 80s. Were they a dynasty that entire run?
See, I don't think so. But I didn't really get into football till Montana and the 49ers.
Yeah,
and I loved Marcus Allen when he was at the Raiders, but they screwed him over. And he's also one of the reasons why I'm a Chiefs fan when he went to the Chiefs. So before that, it was sporadic for me because football didn't exist in our house. So I'm not the person to ask.
See, I think you kind of got to have some trophies to be considered.
I think so too.
A dynasty.
I mean, because if just making it somewhere as a dynasty, then Buffalo is a dynasty because they went there 4 years.
I mean, the Raiders were Buffalo before Buffalo was Buffalo. They went to Super Bowl II and they lost it. Then they went to 6 consecutive conference title games and they lost all of them.
Yeah, that doesn't
6 in a row.
I think to be a dynasty, you got to win.
Yeah,
I do believe, and I think you got to win it all.
They put the 1970s Dallas Cowboys showed up a bunch of times. The late 80s Washington Commanders, Washington football team, whatever you want to call them, they showed up on this list. Obviously the early 70s Dolphins showed up on this list. So if we're power ranking dynasties, if the Chiefs get the three-peat, it'd be number 4 in this run for Kansas City. Where would we put the Kansas City Chiefs on this list of dynasties? Because I got to tell you, I'm kind of having a hard time saying they are not number 2 behind an 18-year run of the Patriots with plenty of gas in the tank to catch that squad.
Yeah, I would go with 2, and also with also the distinction of doing something that none of those other teams were able to do. And that would be winning 3 in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, that means something, or they wouldn't be making, well, it means something, winning 3 in a row.
I mean, doing something that no other team has done in and of itself is obviously something special. Doing a three-peat, having a 1-year gap from the one before that, winning, was that 4? That'd be 4 out of 5. I mean, whenever we do these dynasty conversations, I'm big on defining words, setting expectations and defining words. every time we have one of these conversations about dynasties, I ask the question, and I think it is fair to do so. What is a dynasty? How do we define dynasty? And I've made the joke over and over again that I define dynasty the way that Tipper Gore defined porn in front of Congress. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it, right? I know it when I see it. And that, there are spots. One man's art is another man's pornography. I have been to museums and I have seen statues and paintings of nude people. Sometimes paintings and statues of people nude in the act of doing everybody's favorite thing to do when you're nude. And yet, I don't look at that and say, that's porn. I look at that and I go, that's art. That is the expression of emotion about a particular act that most of us get to participate in, and some of us even get to enjoy every now and then. That's art. But I also know people that I would say are prudes that look and go, that's unacceptable. We shouldn't have that out, right? What is a dynasty?
This art studio, like in the back of a convenience store?
It was in France.
Okay.
It was in France.
Right, just curious.
Yeah, very different feelings over there. I don't know that I can put a description, a definition on what is a dynasty other than to say they win a bunch. Is there a mark on that? No. I think I would say you probably have to have at least 2 Super Bowls, right? I don't think winning one Super Bowl makes you a dynasty. I think you got to have a couple. I think that they have got to be all within one run. That's not to say of players. I mean, like within one quantifiable period of time that we would then look back and say, we define this era by that team. What that quantity of time is, I don't know. Again, I would say the Patriots dynasty lasted damn 17 years under Hoodie and Brady. We could not escape the Pats for 17 years. Doesn't mean they won every Super Bowl. Doesn't even matter. I mean, they won the majority of Super Bowls, but they won a hell of a lot more than everybody else. Dynasty. The 1970 Steelers won some Super Bowls, but also they are known. I think you also have to be known for something, not just winning Super Bowls, although that's part of it. We know what the New England Patriots are. When I say 72 Steelers, those of you that are longtime football fans, there are thoughts that pop into your head about the James Francos and the Terry Bradshaws, about the Lambeers, about these big physical bruising Steelers from back in the day. That was an NFL defining period of time back in the day. So I would ask the question, is there something about this Kansas City Chiefs team that we can look at now and say this defined that team? Is there a trait of this team? Is there something about this team that we are going to look at and go, that is different than everybody else? And the answer, first and foremost, is yes, Patrick Mahomes. It's Patrick Mahomes. You might hate him. You might think he's getting all the calls. You might think this. At the end of the day, he's Patrick Mahomes. By being Patrick Mahomes, he gets all those things in his favor. Or you don't believe he's getting those things in his favor, and it's just that damn good. Whatever way you take it, he's Patrick Mahomes. And Andy Reid, who I think right now does a better job than anybody in the NFL. And that's not to say there aren't other guys who do it, but a better job than anybody else in the NFL at understanding the talent that's on his team and running his team to maximize that talent. Instead of saying, you guys are going to play my system, he says, my system's going to play you guys.
And by the way, I believe Patrick Mahomes is very important, but I think it's a team thing. Whenever you have less of something, like say they have less receivers, another position group steps up or the defense steps up. It's been different every year about who's been the focal point. It hasn't been when it was Tyreek, it's all Tyreek. The next year, who was it the next year when they won the Super Bowl? Who's the focus? You could say Kelsey, but he spreads the ball around to everybody. And so, and when this year, the defense carried him more than anything. I think it's more of a team effort. I love Patrick Mahomes. I think he does a great job. And would they have won the Super Bowls without him? Probably not. But I still think that it's more of teams than it is just one individual player.
I think the Kansas City Chiefs are an excellent team that do a great job of building a good roster. It's Patrick Mahomes. It's a great roster. It's a great team. And they would not be there. Mahomes couldn't do it by himself. But if I was to take Derek Carr and plug him in Kansas City, you ain't winning you might win the Super Bowl. You ain't winning 4 out of 5. You ain't winning 3 in a row, for sure. Nowhere close. You might have got 1, but that's about it. Great team. Not arguing. They're defined by Patrick Mahomes. All right, we'll talk more Super Bowl later on in the show. Got to get some baseball, college basketball, and more. We're getting into anything and everything here on the Rob Brown Show. Before we get into any of that, you are going to get into this Sports Flash with Lonzo.
Okay, let's get into it then. The South Carolina Gamecocks fell to 0-8 in SEC play with a 71-60 loss on the road at Georgia last night. Gamecocks shot 41% from the floor, but were just 4 of 17 from 3 and turned the ball over 17 times. The only players who reached double digits were Colin Murray-Boyles with 18 and Jamari Thomas with 19. The rest of the team scored 23 combined. There's only one NFL team remaining without a coach, but they'll have one less option to fill that position. Former Dallas Cowboy coach Mike McCarthy indicated yesterday he will sit out the 2025 season, canceling a meeting with the New Orleans Saints scheduled for later this week. McCarthy is expected to return to the sidelines in 2026. I don't think he's completely out of it. Tune in today at 5:30 as Furman Paladins take on the Sanford Bulldogs right here on The Fan Upstate.
Several bridges in Greenville County getting much needed attention. From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Bill Brooks on The Fan Upstate.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you. From taking on extra shifts to the years of hard work, the success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. Classes start February 12th. Apply now and save with no application fee. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid classes. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
With the Upstate Golf Card, you'll play 6 incredible courses for just $50. Tee off at Preserva Verde, Rear Golf, The Rock, Pebble Creek, Rolling Green, and Carolina Springs. Visit upstategolfcard.com and get yours today before they're gone.
Maybe 6 feet
Shopping with your parents.
ain't so far down.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop in
The Braves aren't worth a panic this year. I am afraid that you may be correct. The Dodgers are like 3-1 to win the World Series. That's ridiculous. Like, I was talking to last Saturday, Jake Hassan, who is BetQL's like biggest baseball dude. Puts me to shame, and I know ball. I had Jake on, and I was like, dude, are you able to get excited about this season with what the Dodgers are doing right now? And he said, yeah. And I said, how? And he said, because baseball is set up. Baseball thrives on the ability or the entertainment aspect of a Goliath being taken down by a David. He said, imagine the American enthusiasm if a Braves were to knock off the Dodgers, if one of the little NL teams were to knock off the Dodgers in the playoffs. How ridiculous. How much fun we will have gloating at the expense of Dodgers fans. And I thought that's really fair. But at the same time, like, golly, that's a disparity in talent between them and everybody else. Like a disparity in talent that's almost hard to find any optimism in. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen, into hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you be a part of the radio broadcast at 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. That's the number to be a part of the broadcast this AM. If you'd like to do so, we'd certainly love to have you. It is 7:01 in the AM. Scratch that. Yeah, 7:01 in the AM. You got less than 59 minutes.
What, it threw you that you're getting to it so fast? Is that what it was?
I rapid looked up at the clock and it said 7:01:05. And for some reason, my brain said 50. And I'm like, I'll do that thing where you're like really funny and you hold off till 7:02 right now. And I was going to do that, but you know.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
All right.
Because if I interrupted you to a certain amount, then you would actually get to do what you were trying to do. So that would be me rambling or talking, which is what, I get paid less to do for like, I don't know, another 10 seconds or so that you could do the thing that you wanted to do, because that would be teamwork. And I'm not about that.
7:02 in the morning. You have 58 minutes till you got to get to the office, get settled in, reply to those passive-aggressive emails from the boss that for some reason thinks that you should have replied at 8 o'clock last night, but you weren't doing that. You were watching college basketball. You were watching NHL hockey, and you were doing all of that because you're a big sports guy, a big sports gal. And if you're a big sports guy, a big sports gal, you're going to talk about sports when you get to the office. And if you're going to talk about sports when you get to the office, you got to know what's going on. And if you got to know what's going on, you're in the right place because we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"That doesn't work for me, brother."
before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
I'm pretty excited about Fight Club tomorrow. Got my favorite event of the year this weekend. Saturday night, the Royal Rumble.
It's my favorite too, but the bad part is it starts at 6 o'clock.
The
really a problem for me.
The actual events, the actual match is going to be starting like 7 on the dot, dude.
No, it starts at 6.
Are they opening with the Rumble?
I don't know.
No, I'm saying the actual Rumble is going to start at like 7 o'clock because there's only like a couple other fights on this card.
Oh no, there are more than that.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are championship matches. There are 2 out of 3 falls matches. There are a lot more matches than you seem to think.
We'll find out tomorrow at 9:20 a.m. when we do Fight Club with the great Malonzo. Talk a little pro wrestling on the show. Looking forward to it. But
we'll just spend the entire time talking about Conor McGregor running for whatever in Ireland.
What if, and hear me out, we don't do that?
We're probably not going to do that.
That's probably for the best. Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, top 3 sports stories you need to know. Item number 1. The NFL coaching carousel has largely slowed down as we had a host of brand new head coaches introduced earlier this week. Liam Cohen in Jacksonville was introduced. We're going to be talking about him coming up in a few minutes. Pete Carroll, the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, was introduced. We're going to be talking about him later on in the show. Aaron Glenn, new head coach of the New York Jets, was introduced this week. We're going to be talking about him later in the show. You know who was not introduced as a new head coach? Whoever is going to be the poor, unfortunate soul that is going to be the head coach of my New Orleans Saints, the only remaining NFL team that does not have a head coach.
They have to. Someone has to coach it, right?
I mean, at this point, Gail, call me. If you're going to pay somebody, $22 million a year to suck, I'll do it for half that.
Could they have like a player coach?
What player? Taysom, you want to be the coach next year? You're 35 and your knee exploded. You're cooked. You want to be the guy?
Is he still there? I mean,
technically.
Okay, yeah, why not?
I mean, why not? Anyway, you know who it won't be, and this is not a Saints topic. This is actually an NFL coaching carousel story, but I got to lead with that. Mike McCarthy will not be the head coach. He informed the media yesterday that he is elected instead. Here's how bad it is. Mike McCarthy, if there was one guy out there that should want the opportunity to jump into a job and prove that what happened at his last stop was not on him, it should be Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy was the leading candidate to become the new head coach of the New Orleans Saints and said, "No, I'm good. I'm good." He's going to sit out next year.
I don't believe it.
He is made until next year.
I believe he's the next coach of the Saints.
No, he's not. Straight up, said yesterday he's out. Canceled his meeting with the Saints that he was set to have this week.
It's a money thing. He's going to be the coach. He knows that they have no other true candidates. So he said he's doing what the Jags guy did.
Just gonna ghost them for a day or two.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Let them get up in their feelings. No, I'm telling you.
Look at you really considering it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay, we'll see.
The dude is out. I'll tell you who the guy's going to be now. I already know who the next head coach is going to be. Yeah, it's going to be Kellen Moore. I guarantee it. It's going to be Kellen Moore, a dude that has been fighting for a hot minute now to get his opportunity. Thought it was going to be with the Cowboys, right? Because he's a Jerry guy. But Jerry decided to go with Brian Schottenheimer. And I think it's because he can get away with paying less to Brian Schottenheimer than he would have had to pay to Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore is the last name out there that has any sort of maybe he can do it. Oh, because part of item number one, Cliff Kingsbury said no to the New Orleans Saints yesterday. The OC at Washington was like, I'm just going to stay up here in D.C. and be the OC rather than be the HC in the NO. I'm out. I'm good. No, thank you. So he pulled his name from the report. It's going to be Kellen Moore because he's just the only guy left that has any weight to him at this point. But there were some other moves that got announced yesterday besides those two cats. The other one, and I am actually quite excited about this one, Chuck Pagano is back into coaching. Chucky P has signed on to become the new secondary coach with the Baltimore Ravens. The 64-year-old has been retired for 4 years. Obviously, he was the head coach in Indy, diagnosed with cancer, had to step away in the midst of the season in order to go through treatment. Ultimately did make his return before retiring again 4 years ago, has decided he wants back in. Now, I will acknowledge that part of the reason I'm excited about this is because Pagano has been phenomenal on the McAfee pod. He's just fun. He's just a guy. He's just a dude. And it's great.
He's not what you expected him to be.
Not at all.
And maybe hanging with those guys does that to you. But yeah, I always took him as straight-laced and probably no sense of humor. He's not that guy.
He's not. He's fun.
Watch him play VR for the first time. It was hilarious.
It's also fun because there are spots in the show where you can see him kind of being like a little uncomfortable, but like coming out of a shell. It's great. I'm a big Chuck Pagano fan, so I'm excited to see this play out. All right, let's get to item number 2. We're turning our attention to basketball. It's a slow turn. It's a slow burn, but we are paying attention to basketball. We are paying attention to college basketball, which we're going to come to here in just a minute from right now. We're also obviously paying attention to the National Basketball Association. There was a bit of big news yesterday as the Sacramento Kings have apparently opened up trade talks for all-star De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox right now, a season in the league, averaging 25.2, 6.2, and is shooting 47% from the field right now. Played his entire 8-year career so far in Sacramento, ranks 4th in career points in Kings history. The only names he trails right now, Oscar Robertson, Jack Twyman, and Mitch Richmond for the Kings right now. Pretty good list of dudes to be chasing down. He won't be chasing them down in Sacramento. Apparently, De'Aaron Fox has indicated to the Kings that when his contract is up next year, he does not want to stay with that team anymore. He wants out. Why do I care, Rob? I'll tell you why you care. The reason you care is because they had a pair of all-stars on that team. Not only did they have De'Aaron Fox on that team, but they had Tyrese Halliburton on that team. Those two guys played together. And at one point, there was a little bit of locker room lack of cohesion, we'll call it. And the Kings decided to send Tyrese Halliburton away and keep De'Aaron Fox and build the future around him. Well, Tyrese Halliburton is up in Indy right now, and the Pacers are getting hot with a capital on the front. On the flip side, while the Kings are actually playing a little bit better ball, it's been rough around De'Aaron Fox since Halliburton left. They had a string of bad ball. They are just 1.5 games up on the Golden State Warriors for the last play-in spot in the West. They fired their head coach, Mike Brown, last month as the team was kind of falling short of expectations. Now, granted, since then, they brought up Doug Christie as the interim. They've won 11 of their past 15.
How many times has Mike Brown been fired?
A lot. More than me from all my jobs combined, for whatever that's worth. It's been tumultuous in Sacramento. A team that you will remember they were kind of one of those teams that America adopted as a plucky underdog the last couple of years. And all of a sudden, the wheels are coming off in Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox is going to end up somewhere. Now, the report right now is that he's most interested in landing with Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio under Pops. And I'm going to tell you, I've been saying for a while, I think that this Spurs team is a piece or two away from being exceptionally good. De'Aaron Fox might be that piece. De'Aaron Fox lined up with Wemby opens the floor up for a big man who's got some range in him too. Victor Wembanyama, as much as the three-point epidemic may or may not be a problem in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama is kind of the exception to the rule of I don't want 7-footers lifting ranged shots. Wemby's kind of got a shot on him a little bit. You put De'Aaron Fox out there and open up the floor, that might be a little bit scary. Could be scary to the rest of the league. We'll keep an eye as we kind of pick up our NBA coverage moving forward, but we got to get to item number 3. 71-60, the Georgia Bulldogs knock off the South Carolina Gamecocks last night. The Cocks now 10-11. They are 0-8 in Southeastern Conference play after the L. Only 2 Gamecocks in double figures last night. Colin Murray-Boyles had 18 as a starter. Jamari Thomas had 19 as a bench reserve player. Here's the worst part. No other Gamecock had more than 9. Arden Conyers had 9 last night. You had 6 out of Zach Davis, 6 out of Nick Pringle. And that was just about it. 18 for Murray-Boyles. 19 for Jamari Thomas. The entire rest of the team combined scored 23. The Gamecocks shot 41% from the floor, 4 of 17 for 23.5% from range. They also turned the ball over 17 times. I told you a week ago. I'm going to tell you again now. I know there's some injuries that this team has had to deal with, but the reality is this: you don't have a point guard. For whatever reason, however it came about, this team this year was put together without a ball handler. And if you don't have a ball handler, you can't win. It is not that complicated. Like I've seen all the debates, all the discussions about, what's next? How do we handle it? Whatever. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. You just don't have a 1. And if you don't have a 1, especially this year in the Southeastern Conference, if you don't have a 1, you don't have anything. You don't have a 1. It really is simple. You can lean on Pringle in the paint. Here's the problem. I need a point guard that can pull the defense out so I can get it in there. Teams have started to collapse the paint around Nate Pringle and remove him as a threat. And he's a good inside facilitator, but they have removed him as a threat to score the basketball. They have removed him as a threat to distribute the basketball inside. And it has created a world where this team just can't win. You take that L. Guess what? You got 4 straight against top 25 SEC teams. You got A&M on the first. Then you're at Rupp Arena to take on Kentucky a week later. Then 4 days later, back to the crib to take on a good Ole Miss team. And then you're on the road down in Gainesville to take on a Florida team that had their worst game of the regular season against you a few days ago and still sniped you when it was clutch time. And it doesn't get any easier down the stretch. After that Florida game, at LSU, back home for Texas, at number 20 Missouri, back home for Arkansas, then you're on the road at Georgia, or back home for Georgia, and you wrap it up on the road at number 8 Tennessee on March 8th. I said a week ago, and it made me sick to say it for you Gamecock fans that are listening, this team might not win a Southeastern Conference game. I am afraid to tell you that's not a dark humor joke anymore. That's a realistic possibility. You don't have anybody that can move the ball. You don't have anybody that can flip court. You don't have anybody that can stretch a defense. And if you're missing those things, I think you're cooked. On one hand, it'd be nice to look at this team and go, look, they got one problem. They're lacking a point guard. They had some transfers. They got some injuries. Maybe the guy that could be that guy isn't available to them for one reason or the next. However we ended up here, if you don't have a 1, then the one thing you can say with any level of definitiveness is you didn't build any depth either. You got 0 point. You don't even have a reservist point guard that you can bring in to try to plug the leak for a little while. And while I am not coming off the Lamont Paris train, I'm still a fan. I think he can be the guy. If he put me together a roster for this year, a year after the Gamecocks had one of the better men's basketball seasons they've had in a while, much like Shane Beamer, the vibes were real high for this team. I come out the next year, and yeah, you had Gigi, and that helped out a lot, and all those fun little extra factors. But you entered this season knowing you didn't have a point guard, or knowing, if nothing else, that you had no depth at the position to carry you if something was to happen. That's a problem. This team might not win a conference game. Go from 1 to the full other side of the spectrum. That's rough, my dudes. Take a break. Come back here in just a minute. Got a lot to get to on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right. I want to go to Universal. Been to Disney, but I've been to Universal when I was too little to remember. Universal's great. I'm a big Universal guy, and they've done a really good job. When you add in the Islands of Adventure, which is where they have the Marvel Land and the Avengers Campus. When you add in the Islands of Adventure for Jurassic Park, which is, I mean, the Jurassic Park area of that park is fantastic. Man. They did such a good job with that. Universal is everybody talks Disney. Universal's underappreciated. If I got to go down there and spend 2 days, day number 1 will always be at Epcot. Day number 2 would always be at Universal. You should definitely go if you get the chance. Packers three-peated. That's why it's called the Lombardi. Yeah. That dynasty was exceptional. I think they are still up on the list, but I have to argue, and I don't know if anybody would agree, If the Packers three-peat, and oh, by the way, they got one with a 1-year break before that, I kind of got to think that I don't know if it's recency bias to say I'm plugging them in at number 2, but as Lonzo pointed out, like, it's such a well-rounded football team, right? It's not like there's that one thing in that it's Patrick Mahomes. There's that one thing in that it's Mahomes and Kelsey. But, like, there's not that one thing that you look at and go, with the Steelers, it was hard-nosed physical football. With the Chiefs, it's a little bit of everything. They've been finesse, they've been fast, they've been physical, like they've done it all. Kellen Moore spent years under Jerry. I can't blame him for not jumping into the Saints dumpster fire. Dude, I'll tell you right now, if they called me and asked me to be the head coach of the Saints right now, I'd probably say no. Like, just in case anybody else ever down the line called me, I don't want to go to that dumpster fire and have it blamed on me. One of the big talking heads the other day said that the head coaching candidates, they all kind of talk to each other. All of them were saying after interviews with Mickey and the gang that they were all like, nah, I wouldn't go there if I was you. Like, they're talking each other out of it, which is awesome. All right, I left my drink. I'll be right back. $63 is the number. If you want to jump on board, now is a wonderful opportunity to do it. I can't decide if this is a genuine take or if this is a hot take from Danny Cannell. Now, I'm going to say this with all due respect to Danny Cannell. Danny Cannell, of course,
why do you have to give him respect?
Because in case I'm wrong, right? If I make a statement about somebody, and I say with my observations, I have surmised that, I acknowledge that I could very well be wrong. That happens like 2-3 times a year. I surmise that just in his, his commentary, his takes, whatever, that former Florida State quarterback Danny Cannell has aspirations. And the aspirations that I surmise that Danny Cannell has is to be the ACC's version of Paul Feinbaum. And while I don't think it's going to work, because just, again, observation from doing this for 17 years, ACC fans don't care about their conference the way that SEC fans do. Feinbaum's whole shtick only works because he plays to the lowest common denominator of SEC fans who have a passion, love, whatever you want to call it, for their conference that I don't think, honestly, any other conferences share. I don't think the Big Ten shares it. I think the only time you hear of Big Ten unity is when it's Big Ten versus SEC. That's really the only time you hear it. I certainly don't think the ACC cares. I've never heard Clemson fans talking about how great the conference they're in is. In fact, quite the opposite by and large, especially at a point in time when Danny Cannell's school, Florida State, Clemson, they're actively trying to find ways out of this conference. But bless his heart, I think he's trying anyway. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe everything Danny Cannell is saying is genuine, legitimate. He truly does believe that the ACC deserves every bit of respect as the SEC. I don't know. But yesterday, Danny Cannell was on the CBS College Football podcast, and he was asked, if you were in charge, what change after seeing this year play out, after seeing the inaugural 12-team college football playoff, what one major change would you make? And this was his answer.
I have actually been really impressed with the private equity companies. I know it's a bad word around here, but the proposals they have put forward of separating, having the top 60 or 70 teams in one league coming together, having the next 60 be like the group of 5, that's another league, having relegation, having a massive 16-team tournament, having them regional based. Like if you said, all right, you could blow this thing up and start over, I think some of the proposals that they put forward are awesome. And I would absolutely be all for that. It's paying the players. Its players are structured. They have contracts like that they have to honor. It's a total blow up of the system that actually would be a legitimate league that we could get out there and have some sort of continuity in this thing.
So Cannell says, effectively, let's split college football into 2 separate divisions, right? You have the top 60 teams over here. You have everybody else over there. Now, my immediate reaction to that is like, I don't love it. I also don't hate it. In fact, if anything, it's kind of been my assumption to some degree that that's where we're heading anyway, right? That has been the whole, it's going to end up being the B1G, the SEC, and the EEC, the everybody else conference, which if you've been listening to this show during conference expansion and realignment, you have heard me say that a number of times, that I believe firmly the EEC is on the horizon. And frankly, I think it's going to end up being the Big 12 that is going to ultimately become the big everybody else conference. The Big 10, when the ACC dies. And I do think this is years down the road, because at this point, with the army of attorneys that specifically Florida State, but Florida State and Clemson have both put together over the last year plus in trying to find an out from the ACC, with the army of attorneys that these 2 schools have put together, I think if there was a way out, they would have started to exploit it, or at least they would have started the conversation underhandedly to make the move to at least float the idea and see who else might be willing to follow them down whatever path that might be. But you'll notice we haven't really heard that. Now, granted, we kind of knew that once, and I we called this shot. This shouldn't shock you. We kind of knew that once football season started, that all that was going to go under the bridge, because those schools were going to want to dial in on making sure that they were giving themselves preseason, when Florida State and Clemson both had playoff aspirations, that they were kind of giving themselves the best opportunity to not get screwed over. Who knows if there was going to be a situation where if one or the other was going to be potentially in an at-large bid quest and they needed the committee to look favorably upon them, being in the midst of actively trying to undermine a conference which makes up a large, not largest or anywhere close to it, but large part of the whole playoff system, not going to garner you a lot of favor in that room. And if you need an at-large bid, if you need the head nods to get an at-large bid, being right in the middle of actively trying to dismantle the system that pays those people, probably not a great look, right? And we haven't heard anything since then. But I think when the ACC is done, because I don't see anything happening between now and when either Clemson and Florida State find the way out or win a lawsuit to get out, or they just are obligated to wait until the grant of rights agreement runs up. And assuming that the Big Ten and the SEC are open for business at that point, welcome them in, the Big 12 is going to be making headway. I think they're the EEC. So Cannell's idea, if he was in charge, is take college football, split it into two divisions. You put the big players over here. That would be the B1G. That would be the SEC. That would probably be the Big 12, whatever's left of the ACC and Notre Dame. And then you take everybody else, the Mountain West Conference, the Sun Belt, et cetera, and you put them over here. And you have two separate divisions. You have the upper division and you have the lower division. But what Cannell has proposed here, or at least is echoing, maybe it's not his idea, but he is echoing it, and whether you like it or not, he is a talking head in this industry, is a promotion relegation system that says the top 4, 5, 6, 10 teams of the lower division would jump up the next year and replace the bottom 4, 5, 6, 10 teams of the upper division. So if you ended up being considered one of the bottom teams in the upper league, you would drop down. And if you were one of the top teams in the lower league, you would move up. Now, that works, say, in European soccer. It works. It not just works in European soccer, but it thrives. And as much as some of you hate the concept because, oh no, European stuff bad, it works over there because it does not create a situation. And this is professional. And I think at the end of that, you kind of heard Denny Cannell suggesting that you take college football and you make it a professional league just played by college football programs. It works in the professional level because if you drop down a level in European soccer, everything that comes along with the benefits of being in a higher level also go away too. You get less money by being on TV. You get less money on road trips. Fans, you're going to have less fans that travel to come see you. You're going to travel to big-time destinations less often. And so there is an incentive, unlike, say, in the National Football League, there is an incentive for owners to actively work to make their team good, right? As you can see by the Dallas Cowboys and all we've talked about with them for the past couple of days, there's no incentive for NFL teams, NBA teams, MLB teams to make their team good. There's no incentives. They don't get hurt all that bad. Maybe they lose some gate revenue. Maybe they lose some merchandise revenue. But as you can see by the Oakland Athletics, you can actually benefit by making your team stink. So Cannell says promotion relegation system, 2 tiers of college football, contracts that players must honor, contracts that schools must honor to the players. If you are best in the bottom league, you move up. If you're worst in the top league, you move down. I don't have an issue with that, to be honest with you. My gut reaction was like, I should hate this. The more I listened to it, the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, you know what? I don't know that we have any other options at this point. Because college football has a ruling class at the top. And that ruling class right now, it's the B1G. I suspect that over the next couple of years, the SEC is going to find its way back up into that discussion. There is a ruling class, and everybody is dropped off. And I don't know how to do anything about that other than just have a lower level of football and hope that you can get fans interested in it, right? Have a second national championship for the lower level and hope that fans are interested in that. I think contracts are a no-brainer and a must. Right? You can't have what you had with that kid that transferred from Xavier Lucas, that transferred from Wisconsin to Miami, and allegedly, according to Wisconsin, broke a 2-year NIL deal to do it, while he's saying, no, I didn't break it. I didn't break it. That was a contract signed as a football member of Wisconsin, and I'm not that anymore. I unenrolled, and I just re-enrolled, and now I'm playing football elsewhere. I think Cannell is, like, in a weird way, pointed in the right direction. I just don't know outside of contracts what else we can do if you feel football is broken at this point. I think we also just have to recognize that it's always going to be the haves and the have-nots. And if you're a have-not, you better just enjoy it for what it is. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, I got to send a text. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging in there, dudes and dudettes. Sorry, trying to shift interview sketties around. I just hate it because I don't like Cannell. Also, hello, friends. Hello, Keegan. Welcome back, buddy. It has been a minute.
No,
Keegan's. It is.
By the way, and no one cares, but I'm going to say it anyway. Made it back on the treadmill last night.
Nice.
Time and a year, bro.
How's the knee?
Not bad.
Good.
I mean, it's not perfect. Obviously, it still needs to go, but made it 25 minutes, and a bunch of other stuff hurt, and now it's like everything hurts. So it's not just one thing. Now, can I continue to do that? Problem is the pain that I felt with the gel in my knee. I think the gel went to my heel because that same exact pain is now in my heel. I meant to research that because I know it's supposed to dissipate over time, but can it just like suddenly go, okay, we're done with the knee and just go down to your heel? My body is weird. So
I have dang it, what's it called? I have that thing where if you walk a bunch, your ankle starts, not your ankle like the joint, but like the tendons that wrap it start to get real painful and inflamed.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can walk, I can run, I can do stuff, but I also, there comes a point while I'm doing those things that I can feel it start to tighten up and it's like, okay, I'm done now. Because if I keep going on that, I will not be able to walk the next day.
Well, only 1% get what I got when my knee is swelled up and stayed swelled up for like a week. No surprise there.
I genuinely appreciate effort. Not everybody has that extra effort to give. And when somebody is in a spot where they have a lot to do, right? You just got a lot going on. Sometimes extra effort might be a little tough to wrangle up. I appreciate people making an effort. I tell this to the wife all the time. She got a big girl job. She got a real job. She's got big time responsibilities. Right? She told me something last night.
Ugh.
I know, it's the worst. She told me something last night. I can't say specifically what it is, great one, but something that she is directly responsible for and taking care of is going to be featured in a very prominent way in Times Square in New York City. It's awesome. But that's the level of responsibility that she has at her job. And it's a lot. And so I go out of my way to ensure whenever she makes an effort for me, for us, that I say, hey, I know that effort it's something you gotta reach down, you gotta find, you gotta give, right? Like it's called giving an effort because you have to give an effort. And I appreciate that when that happens. Liam Cohen is the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We talked quite a bit about him yesterday because of that, because of the creepiest Duval that has ever been Duval'd.
I just realized what it sounds like. They're here.
For sure.
Duval.
Okay? It was not a good first look for Liam Cohen. First time to get at the podium as the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars and speak to the gross people of Jacksonville, Florida. That's mean. They're not gross. They just elect to live in an awful, awful place on purpose, and I don't understand it. So, first time he gets the opportunity.
Think he'll let it go eventually?
No. That place sucks.
Okay. How long has it been?
5 years.
Okay, maybe at the decade mark. Maybe it'll ease a little.
5 years and 1 month, roughly.
Wow, never mind.
Jacksonville sucks. I hate it.
You're counting months.
Every fiber of my being, that place stinks. Anyway, point is, but I don't dislike the Jags, for the record. Actually, kind of like the Jags. Kind of got a soft spot for the Jags. I just hate Jacksonville and everything about it, maybe except the Jags. Anyway, point here is he got the opportunity to speak to Jags fans for the first time. And the Jags are one of those teams that they've got a little bit of optimism, right? The folks down there believe, as I do, that Trevor Lawrence can absolutely be a franchise quarterback. He just needs the right guys, and they have not given him that. They believe they've got the talent, and I don't believe that they're wrong. Little upgrade at wide receiver isn't going to hurt you. But they've got on the defensive side of the ball probably an underappreciated amount of talent. First time to get up there and speak into the podium and talk to the people of Jacksonville, and he drops Duval. Not ideal. Now, I want you to know that while I sound, and ordinarily am, quite sarcastic, I'm actually not being sarcastic about this. One of the things that I look for in a head coach, and I said this yesterday, I'll say it again tomorrow, and I'll say it for the rest of as long as I believe it, which is probably going to be a very long time. One of the things that I'm looking for in a head coach is a coach who understands culture, who understands the importance of culture, and who recognizes that it is good to have a good locker room culture. It is also important to have a reflection of the community that your team and your logo represent. And while some teams represent markedly larger communities than others, every team represents a community. People who are from the place that is in the name of your team care. They want it to be a reflection of them. I almost walked away. This is very true. Keegan's in the chat on our live chat, which you can watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on Facebook, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, the Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch, because I'm a millennial. I make social media videos now. I had a battle of consciousness a couple of years ago because the owner of my team was spending team money in order to provide free legal advice to a particular religious group in New Orleans who had been caught acting unethically and illegally. And she helped them out. And I got to tell you, it is more than after Katrina when they were talking about moving the team to San Antonio, more than all the years that my team has actively sabotaged itself. I genuinely had a crisis of character of, I don't think I can support this team anymore. Okay? I don't know if I can do it anymore. Because that does not only does that not reflect who I am and who I want to be viewed as, but actively quite the opposite. That is the opposite of what I wanted to be viewed as and seen whenever I wear my fleur-de-lis outside of the house. I don't want people to look at me and think that guy supports that. Quite the opposite. Culture and representation of the people who love to wear your logo matters. And so when Liam Cohen took to the mic and dropped, which is not how that goes, Jags fans were, I think, appreciatively underappreciative of it yesterday. But I am also a fan of effort. And Liam Cohen, and I acknowledge that is a dumb thing. It is a little thing. It is something that most everybody would look at and say, who cares, right? Move on. You got bigger fish to fry. You're the head coach of an NFL franchise. Yesterday, Liam Cohen was making his rounds around the Jacksonville facility. And he was speaking with just a guy on Twitter who happened to be there. And he got the opportunity to have a very brief in-passing conversation with Liam Cohen. And this happened. Well, that's awful. Okay, I don't know why that audio is awful, but effectively, a podcaster said, "Hey, coach, I'm sure you've been working."
That's exactly what it sounds like when you put your hand over the microphone, by the way.
Hey, coach. I see you have one to Can I get one, please?
And
welcome to 1960s AM radio.
Right? Liam Cohen, I wish I had better. I'll see if I can find the better audio of it. But Liam Cohen reached down deep. He went 10 to the sand, and he said with his chest, Duval. He did it the right way. He did it in a way that the Jacksonville fan base kind of reacted to. Kind of went, okay. And now it may be very simple. It may be as simple as somebody from the Jags PR saw that he was getting roasted on social media and said, "Coach, we need to talk to you for 5 minutes. Hey, man, next time you get the opportunity, we need you to lean into it. The emphasis is on the do, not the vol."
Oh, come on. You know, it was one of those things where you think something's going to be cool and funny and you do it and it's not. I'd say because the look on his face and everything when he did it, he thought it was going to be funny and it wasn't. And it's so you can't immediately fix that. You got to wait a little while and then do it better.
See, I think he just didn't know what he was doing. I don't attribute.
Look at the look on his face. He thought that was going to be funny.
No, I think he was leaning into it. And I think he was saying, hey, this is y'all's thing. I want you to see that I'm doing your thing. He just did it real bad. So they pull him off to the side.
We're just going to disagree vehemently on this.
They pull him off to the side after. So you think he got up there the very first time?
Yeah, I think he was. Look at the look on his face. He got in there and he got all
The very first
he was
time
messing around
that he got the opportunity as the head coach of an NFL team that is in trouble right now to speak to his fans, you think he mocked their thing?
He didn't mock. He was joking around and trying to be funny.
What was
and
the
it
joke?
didn't work.
What was the joke?
I think that all the time. When you say some things, when I say some things, when anyone says some things, sometimes we think something is funny and it doesn't end up being funny. And sometimes you do something because you think it's funny and there's no thought behind it. Just boom, you just do it.
I think you are placing your mentality on him. I think he tried to do their thing.
I think you're placing your mentality on him.
I think he tried to do their thing to show them that I am one of you. I think he tried to do their thing to show that he is already ingratiating himself into the Jacksonville mentality, the Jacksonville community, and it failed.
Dude was joking around, and more proof of what you say about Jacksonville and unfortunately the world is people don't have a sense of humor. He was messing around, and now he has to come back and fix it because some people were offended. But I mean, that sound cut's going to live forever, especially if he does bad.
I don't think anyone was offended. I think that they looked and they went, "That's not right. That's not how that is."
You just said that you thought that some people there got to him and told him he needed to do it again.
Correct.
Why would they do that unless they were offended about the way he did it?
The difference between laughing at somebody and being offended by somebody, right? Like, I think there's a lot of people who think that if you have a criticism and everything, you're just offended. You're a hater. Most people aren't that quick to being offended. They just go, "That's dumb," or "That's bad." I'm not offended. That's just a bad thing. I think my opinion, and then I'll tell you the point that I'm driving at here. My opinion is this. My opinion is he got to the mic, his first time to speak to the people of Jacksonville, and he tried to do their thing to show that, hey, look, I want to be one of you. I want to represent you. I want to do your thing. And he screwed it up. But he got the opportunity to correct it. He got the opportunity to talk to somebody, a podcaster from the Ville, and he leaned into not just getting it right, but getting it right and saying it with his whole chest. Why is that a big deal? Not because he finally did Duval, correct?
So it's a big deal because he took advice from a podcaster?
No, it's a big deal because he recognized it. And instead of just going, "Look, I did it, it's done, it's over," whatever he said, or at least I took it as inferring what happened here, he said, "This is something that the people of Duval have a lot of pride in. They make the shirts, they make the hats, they wear it, they scream it at the games. It matters to them." That would be like the next head coach of the New Orleans Saints at his intro press conference, grabbing the mic and going, "Who dey?" We'd all go, "That's not it. That's not our thing. That's bad. That's wrong." And we would look and go, if you can't get that right.
Dude, you'd be offended.
I wouldn't be offended.
You looked offended right there when you said it.
I wouldn't be offended. I would go, the fact that you don't know, like, the core thing, like the thing that fans say.
So you'd be angry.
Makes me wonder if you are going to be able to pay attention to all of the little things that I need you to pay attention to be a successful head coach. And the fact that he, whether it was by him or the Jags PR team or his PR team or whatever, the fact that he saw the blowback, he heard the blowback, he went, he understood it, he learned the thing, and he turned around and made a point to get it right. I am a believer of a handful of philosophies. And one of those philosophies is, even though I acknowledge that I come up short of this probably more often than I am proud to admit, one of the things that I believe is true is how you do anything is how you do everything. If you are a person that when I interact with you, gets the details wrong, forgets things, doesn't do the little stuff, if we got 50 things to do and 47 of them are little things and you go straight to doing the big 3 things and you kind of put the little things on the back burner, I now know you're the kind of person who puts things on the back burner. I'm that person, so that we're clear. Like, I'm that person for sure. It's a problem. It is something I'm actively working on. But the fact that within 24 hours, he went, he figured it out, he got it right, he came back, and he made sure to find a place and a person that he could show, hey, guys, I got your thing right. I heard you. I understand your concerns. I got your criticisms, and now I have it right. If you're the person who is willing to take the time to circle back around and get that right, you're a person I have a little bit more trust in to get the job done. And I got to tell you, Liam Cohen, in just a couple of days, went from a dude that I want to be successful if for no other reason than Trevor Lawrence. If for no other reason. And even if it's selfishly, if Trevor Lawrence goes out there and starts kicking ass, now all of a sudden I got a bunch more NFL fans here in the market. I got a bunch of reasons to keep talking football this offseason. So he went from, not even in one day, he went from a 7-second clip from his intro press conference where I was going, I don't know, man, like this guy he doesn't put off that head coaching aura that I'm looking for. And 1 7-second clip later, I'm like, there it is. That's the guy that cared enough to get it.
Can you give me an example of this head coaching aura thing?
Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell might be the definition.
All right.
Andy Reid.
Okay.
Andy Reid has that head coaching aura. I'll give you a guy who has it. And again, it's
give,
not.
Give me a losing team but the head coach has that aura.
A losing team that the head coach has the aura. I'll give you a team that I just got onto not terribly long ago for firing a head coach without giving him a chance that has that aura. Las Vegas Raiders. I think they had a guy in Antonio Pierce that has that aura, and they bumped on from him after a single year where they gave him nothing to work with to go get Pete Carroll. And for the record,
does Pete Carroll have that aura?
Pete Carroll does have that aura. But again, I do want to point out that aura, that head coaching feel, if you will, is not like you have to be stern and gruff and angry and biting kneecaps. Andy Reid doesn't have that. Andy Reid shows up on Christmas Day games dressed as Santa Claus, handing out cheeseburgers for presents. But what do you see when that man walks in the room? The team just collapses around him. That's a leader. That's a guy. I didn't see it out of him. And I'm not saying I'm suddenly like, okay, that's it. Liam Cohen's going to be a great head coach. I'm saying I have a little more faith and optimism that maybe he's the guy to save Trevor's team now than I did 24 hours ago. Sports Flash.
South Carolina Gamecocks fell to 0-8 in SEC play with a 71-60 loss on the road at Georgia last night. Gamecocks shot 41% from the floor, but were just 4 of 17 from three and turned the ball over 17 times. The only players who reached double digits were Colin Murray-Boyles with 18 and Jamari Thomas with 19. The rest of the team scored 23 combined. It's hard to win when you do that. Sacramento Kings are open to trading all-star De'Aaron Fox before the February 6th deadline. Fox has 1 year left on his contract, but has made it clear he has no intention to commit. Not comment, but he probably commented that he has no intention to commit to the team. Sources report that Fox is interested in joining the San Antonio Spurs. Tune in today at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins take on the Sanford Bulldogs. It's Furman versus Sanford right here on your home. Furman Paladins basketball, the Fan, upstate. Still say dude thought he was being funny. Rism. Rob's leaving the room an awful lot today, so I'm wondering if maybe my deodorant and my shower didn't work, and maybe putting off an odor. I don't think so. I mean, I'd spend a little extra time in the shower because of my hair. So I know I was in there. So can't be me smelling. Okay, so he's not holding his nose when he comes in. So that can't be what it is. I was just, curious if maybe I developed some BO after the shower, and that's why you spend an inordinate amount of time out of the room today.
I am checking in on
And I am making a joke
I know.
of you being gone and trying to cover for it. And, stop blowing my cover, yo.
I cried out, heaven save me.
Although I can't fix this. And if he's paying attention.
Fix what? Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could, but the way that break is set up, I can't play music leading into. I mean, I could, but it won't sound right.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking.
Oh, look, there's someone hugging a donkey. I don't know why that's on my feed, but it is. Makes me think of a Mountain Dew ad for some reason. It's going to be warm today. We're going Pokemon hunting.
Nice.
I'm tempted to also put it on my iPad so she can use one or the other, but I'm afraid she'll drop it.
Mark Benetti in the final segment, Denton Day at the top of next hour.
Okay.
Denton had to push back.
Both on StreamYard or
Mark on the phone, Denton on the stream. Here we go into hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you be a part of the show. 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE is the number to call the show. 844-326-3663 is the number to text the show this morning.
Okay.
Give us a call, get on the air. Give us a text, get it read on the air, or utilize the Ray Memorial Hotline. Open for you right now. Go to the Odyssey app, AUDACY, download it, put it on all of your digital devices. And once you do, go to the Fan Upstate page. And there are 2 things that you need to know about if you go to the Fan Upstate page on the Odyssey app. The first is, again, the Ray Memorial Hotline. In the middle of that page, you're going to see a button that says leave a voice message. You click on the button that says leave a voice message, and you leave a voice message up to 60 seconds. We get it immediately, and we can edit it down and play it on the air.
You know what they should do? They should listen you should listen to the entire show, but you should listen to the show for at least an hour.
That is the second thing I was going to tell you about. Because if you download the free Odyssey app, if you go to the Fan Upstate page, and if you listen to the station via the Odyssey app for 1 hour,
Listen, we prefer you listen to us for an hour. I mean, but if you can't listen to us because you're really busy, you can listen to Wire to Wire.
You can listen to Wire from 3 to 7 with Cole Bryson and Diesel, or as we like to call them, Cole Bryan and Kerosene. You can listen to The Rich Eisen Show, which airs from noon to 3. You can listen to Writer Than You, which airs right after we get off the air up till noon. We got a plethora of entertainment available here at the Fan Upstate. Whatever you choose to listen to, if you listen to the Fan Upstate on the free Odyssey app for 1 hour, you are going to be entered into our Slam Dunk in Vegas sweepstakes. It's a pretty simple game. Go to the Odyssey app for free, log in, and listen to the Fan Upstate for at least 1 hour. One lucky winner of our Slam Dunk in Vegas competition will score a trip to Vegas that includes round-trip airfare and accommodations for 4, plus $5,000 per person. That is $20K in total. It is the ultimate experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. You're getting a flight to Vegas. You're getting accommodations for $4,000 and $5,000. And you enter by going to the Odyssey app, AUDACY, logging in and listening to the Fan Upstate for 1 hour. It really is that simple. You're already listening anyway. So why not try to win yourself an incredible Vegas vacation and 20 G's to split with you and your family, or you and your 3 best buds, or whatever you want. Go to the Odyssey app. It is free. Put it on all your digital devices. Go to the Fan Upstate page, like that page, listen to that station, our station, for 1 hour to be entered to win into our Grand Slam in Vegas competition. Or, excuse me, our Slam Dunk in Vegas competition. Those are different sports things, both very good things, but our Slam Dunk in Vegas competition, the Odyssey app. And also utilize the Ray Memorial Hotline while you're there. Leave us that voice message. Get your voice on the show. You have the opportunity to become a legend. If you leave a great voice message, you may just become enshrined. Kane utilized the Ray Memorial Hotline and straight up came up with a second name to the show, The Rod Brown Show. Just like that. It's the Odyssey app, and it's free just for you. All right, I want to get some more clips in here. Yesterday, we talked about technology in the NFL. I said, look, I think for me, if there was one takeaway of the AFC title game, aside obviously from the narratives about the Chiefs, aside obviously from the narratives about Josh Allen and the Bills, aside from the realization that if the Bills don't get rid of Sean McDermott, they are never going to beat Kansas City. Aside from all those things, the biggest football takeaway from me is that we are at a point now where it is inexcusable that the NFL is not utilizing technology that does not even need to replace referees to get calls right. Because the biggest controversy out of that game was obviously the spot on the Dalton Kincaid 3rd down play and the spot on the Josh Allen 4th down play that half of America thought that he got a 1st down and half of America thought that he did not. Doesn't matter what you thought. What matters is one referee said it was a 1st down. The other referee said it was not and overruled him. It wasn't a 1st down. Chiefs take over. Chiefs win the ball game. Mike Florio.
Wasn't that also reviewed, if I recall?
It was not reviewed, if I recall correctly.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Even if it was.
Pretty sure it was.
Even if it was. Even with a review.
I do recall being a review. So
okay,
it wasn't that guy and that guy. It was another guy who went under the hood and reviewed it.
Let's say it was.
Conveniently forgotten.
Let's say it was. Okay, it was. It was reviewed. At the end of the day, the argument is still raging about whether or not, even after review, the spot was correct. Because again, I promise you, I've seen every angle available. I am talking down to watching social media cell phone videos from fans in the stands of that play. And I got to tell you, there's a bunch of angles that look like he got a first down and a bunch of angles that look like he didn't. Okay? I see it. I see the problem. And so I made the argument yesterday, look, put a chip in the front of the ball, put a chip in the back of the ball. We got chips in everything in athletics nowadays. Soccer players have a chip worn in their jersey that tells you exactly how many steps they took, exactly how many feet they ran, exactly what speeds they were running. We got chips. I got a wife that's got an air tag on her laptop, so that if her laptop ever goes missing at home or abroad, she can just pop open her iPhone, click on the where the bleep is my computer app, and that thing will not only tell her exactly where it's located, but if she requests it, it will beep so that she can find it if it's buried under stuff. It's pretty impressive. Mike Florio yesterday was on the Rich Eisen show.
They're still using the same technology, i.e. none at all, that was put in place in 1921 after they had the meeting at the Hupmobile dealership when they decided 2 sticks, 10 yards of chain link, and the bare naked human eye, augmented by this weird mating ritual that happens when the 2 officials on opposing sides of the field, the line of scrimmage, on a short yardage play, each guy picks his spot, and then they move toward each other, and one of them defers to the other. One becomes the alpha, one becomes the beta. And in this case, if the guy, and it's Jeff Seaman who was on the far side of the field, if Patrick Holt, the guy who had the spot that was short, had deferred to Seaman, who had the spot that was first down, if it had just flipped, they get a first down there. That's as simple and basic as these decisions are made, devoid of any technology. And I think we all, every stakeholder in the game of football, fans, media, everyone needs to say, no excuses. No, well, this won't work because of this won't work because of that. We need more time. It should have happened already. There needs to be a fully digital embrace that tells them where the ball is when it's in the middle of a scrum like that. No more human eye. Let's go digital and let's know where the ball is. It needs to happen. The stakes are too high. The money is too significant. The gambling is too prevalent to not do it. I was going to say yesterday, but 2 days ago, it needed to be in place for that play.
Correct. I don't need to be validated. I like when I am. There's one of the biggest talking names in football saying what I said Monday morning. Certainly what I leaned into yesterday. This needs to have been done.
Where does he work?
He is with NBC/Pro Football Talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just for those people who don't know who he is.
Mike Florio. If you don't know Florio, okay, understandable. But Florio is one of when it comes to the voices in the NFL, is one of the loudest as far as the people who like deep dive the NFL, right? Like are into it.
So you're not talking about volume, you're talking about listen to.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not talking about people who watch it on Sundays. I'm talking about
what
people,
I'm saying, you said loudest because he didn't sound very
not
loud.
in terms of screaming.
Okay.
I'm saying loudest in terms of most prevalent names in the conversation. That's why he's on the Eisen show. So I don't need to be validated, but I like it when I am. Yes, because we're past the point where we should be having conversations about how tough it is.
I'm not trying to fight here, but I think there's a statistic to back this up. But this has been done for as long as he talked about, and it hasn't changed. Do you think your voice and his voice and the 2 or 3 other voices who are saying this are going to make a difference and get a change?
When things change in the NFL, they change for one reason and one reason alone. Audience numbers. That's it. When you ask yourself, and I've used this as my primary example because you don't need another one. When you ask yourself, when the world was shutting down, how was it that when people were not allowed in buildings, the NFL was still having a season during the COVID pandemic? And the answer is because it is not the stands being full that makes the NFL go. Now, there's a bunch of good reasons to have the stands full. If you're an owner, that's all money that comes direct to you, and mostly. When the stands are full, it certainly makes for a better television product, right? You've all tuned in to watch Carolina Panther games when there's 10,000 people in that crowd. It's an empty stadium. Even across the TV audience, it just doesn't have the same juice. I believe, and this is just my speculation and opinion, I believe that there is enough, we'll say, controversy going on right now. I said yesterday the NFL has an image problem. I stand by that. I believe that there is enough controversy happening right now. I genuinely think you're going to see a slight, and I'll tell you why in a second, slight dip in the Super Bowl viewership this year. Slight dip. I think there's going to be a lot of people doing. I think there will be a large number of people who say, I'm out, I'm done with the Chiefs, I'm not watching this anymore. There will be a large number of them who are going to tune in anyway just to see if the Chiefs accomplish history.
All right, unless I'm wrong, unless what I saw was wrong, I think I just saw that the Chiefs-Bills was like one of the highest rated games of non-Super Bowl of all time.
Right.
Yeah. So
because of the narrative.
So it had nothing to do with the teams playing. It was the narrative that the Chiefs cheat. Why would that make people not want to not watch?
The narrative was, can Josh Allen do it? Especially at a point in time when I'm going to say this bluntly, I don't care. And when I say you, I'm using the royal you, not you specifically, Lonzo. I don't care if you think the narrative's wrong. The narrative's the narrative. It could be wrong. I'll even say it's wrong for the sake of discussion.
I don't think the narrative had anything to do with viewership. And I think you're completely wrong about that. We've already discussed about a group of people that is watching football now, specifically watching the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're going to be coming out and watching the Super Bowl, and that's going to keep the numbers inflated. So there's no way to tell if the numbers really dropped or not because of all the Swifties. And you can act like that's not going to factor in, but it absolutely
I'm not
will.
acting like it's not going to factor in. I literally said, I think you're going to see a downshift. I didn't say a massive one.
You didn't like that word.
I said a
literally
downshift. I love it literally when people use it correctly, as I did. Okay? I think you're going to see a downtick. Is it going to be massive? Is it going to be a 12% drop like college football experience? No. I think it's going to be one, though, because I think there is Chiefs fatigue. And I think a large number of people are going to walk away because of the Chiefs fatigue, and the refs and all that are going to be. But let's also point out, this is the third year in a row that the Swifties, or what, second year in a row the Swifties have been involved. They were there last year, too. So that number is figured into last year's audience as well as this year's audience. We already had a Swiftie Super Bowl last year. They'll be coming out next year. So I think there will be a takedown because of the fatigue. The Bills game.
Or maybe there'll be a tick down because they're playing Philadelphia. Maybe people just aren't think Philadelphia is kind of boring because Jalen Hurts is kind of boring. And maybe they're going, well, the real Super Bowl happened when they played Buffalo. Maybe people are thinking that way. Not saying I'm thinking that way. And I'm not saying that you're thinking that way. I'm just saying that maybe some people are thinking that way. There's no way, as far as that goes, you're speculating on what you think the reasons are. We'll find out after it happens.
As somebody who is chronically online, to his own detriment, my health and well-being, I don't care about it very clearly. As somebody who's chronically online and who's tapped in because, hey, what America's talking about is what I have to talk about. As somebody who's chronically online, and we also know that when social media develops a we're not doing this thing narrative, sometimes it still happens anyway. The narrative right now is people are tired of the Chiefs. It's just the narrative. You can say it's wrong, and that's
it's a
fine.
Narrative for your algorithm, for where you tune in on the internet. And we both know algorithms.
I check the national trends.
Buddy.
People at large are tired of the Chiefs.
We'll see.
I'm just telling you that.
We will see.
So I ultimately think that you are going to see it tick down a little bit. And if the NFL, as it does, makes its decisions based on television viewership, if there's a track back, and if the NFL does connect it to, we have an officiating problem. People are being turned off by the officiating. That's where changes happen. And this is something that you can do to make a change that the fans can latch on and go, great, they made a change. That doesn't include drastically changing the game at all. All the quarterback protection rules are because it's empirically shown that if starting quarterbacks are not playing, ratings come down. It has been empirically shown that there is a trajectory, and it may be correspondence and not directly connected, but as head injuries have increased and people have become more aware, people have started to walk away from football. Less kids are playing football. So they're doing more to protect players, to make it look like a safer game. These are all ratings things. If the ratings come down for the crown jewel of the Super Bowl, and they decide that it is linked to Chiefs fatigue and ref fatigue, that's what inspires this change. We'll see if that plays out or not. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, where's my... Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. back. Thanks for bringing it in there, everybody.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today. Sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Download the Lowe's app to get their home improvement playbook in your hands so you can get their team's expertise anytime.
Slam dunk in Vegas with the Fan Upstate. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to the Fan Upstate for at least 1 hour a day to enter. One lucky winner scores round-trip airfare and accommodations for 4 in Las Vegas. Plus $5,000 per person.
Yeah, I am 100% sure, William. Like I said, I think it's going to be a downturn. And I very well could be wrong. I think there will be a downturn in audience rating, but I don't think it's going to be that dramatic because even if you are rooting against the Chiefs, I think you're still tuning in to see if there is history made.
Buddy? Deep. Buddy?
Buddy? Buddy? I like that. I like that word a lot. Buddy?
It's the first time you called me buddy.
Listen,
in anger.
Buddy. I want to clean up that last segment. I want to be very clear. There are things that I say on the air that I'm very confident in. Jane Daniels winning Rookie of the Year. Super confident in that. Put my money where my mouth is, metaphorically speaking. Nope. Yeah, metaphorically speaking. Can't literally. I mean, I guess you could literally put your money where your mouth is, but don't do that because money's gross. You don't know where those things have been. Actually, you probably know where some of them have been, and that's the reason not to put your money where your mouth is, literally. Metaphorically, put my money where my mouth is.
Unless you're into that kind of stuff, then you're probably okay with it.
They make shots. You should take them. There are things I say on the show, on the air, on every show that I'm on, that I very much believe to be true. There are things I say on the air that I acknowledge are speculation. It is nothing more than speculation. The Super Bowl audience, and my, I don't want to say belief, but prognostication, buddy, that the audience number is going to be down from last year this year is one of those things. I could be very wrong. America tunes into sports for 3 reasons. To watch great athletic competition, I truly believe, is the 3rd most important reason that Americans tune in. We want to watch sports. We love sports. We love good competition. That is a reason. I believe it is the least impactful reason. The second reason that we tune in to watch sports is history. The first most, and the one I believe is the primary driver, is drama. We love drama. You say whatever you want. We love drama. This is why reality television, even though we all know it's scripted, every single year is the most watched genre of television. This is why full-grown men love professional wrestling, because it is a fun way for us to enjoy some drama, but mix it up with a little punching in the face. Whoa. For sure. We love drama. We also love to watch and be able to say that we saw something special, especially if it is something special that people have never seen before, like a 3-peat in the Super Bowl. We've never seen it. So I do suspect that if this was not Kansas City going for a 3-peat, which is the history, I do think, and again, I base this predominantly on 2 things. Number 1, the social media environment. And number 2, my listening to other shows and having conversations both on and off the air with hosts of other shows nationally. I think there is definitely a Chiefs fatigue. Nick Costos from You Bet on the BetQL Network, who I love Nick. He's a good dude. Nick calls it what, after I say this, I'm assuming Lonzo's going to call it CDS, Chiefs derangement syndrome.
Yes, I've heard that. Also, I'm playing the bell of doom because these are doomsayers, which you are. You're on the edge of being a doomsayer.
My honest to Megatroid genuine opinion.
Nice.
Thank you. My honest to Megatroid, honest, genuine opinion is that there is a legitimate Chiefs fatigue amongst football fans. I think that Chiefs fatigue is exacerbated by the national belief that the Chiefs, again, true or not, is irrelevant, but a national belief by a large, I don't know if it's majority, but it's large enough that I'm comfortable saying close enough.
All right. I just want to say that I hate the Patriots. Okay. I don't say hate a whole lot, but I hate the Patriots. When the Patriots were in the Super Bowl, I still watched for a couple reasons. One, I wanted to see them lose, which didn't happen as often as I would have liked. And two, because it's the Super Bowl, and the Super Bowl is an event. And even if you are just a family who celebrates the Super Bowl like we do, and we make wings and there's dip and stuff just to watch the game, and it doesn't matter who's playing, we're still going to watch. Or maybe I'm someone who tunes in to watch the commercials, which this year, so far, they haven't put a bunch of teasers and things out, which was just stupid for commercials. Don't tease a commercial. Surprise us on the day of the Super Bowl. There are a lot of people out there who I believe watch the Super Bowl because it's an event and it's a family gathering and it's something that they do every year. How many people at a Super Bowl party actually watch the Super Bowl when you go to a Super Bowl party?
I'm not arguing with anything you're saying. The reason that I am
I'm sorry, I forgot to emphasize with
buddy. The reason I say this is because all of those things which are true, they are factored into the Super Bowl ratings that I am comparing other Super Bowls against. Everything you're saying about this year's Super Bowl, I agree with you entirely. I also know that those things are true about last year's Super Bowl and the Super Bowl before that and the Super Bowl before that and the Super Bowl dating back to Michael Jackson's halftime show. It's true about all of them. And so when I say the ratings
still the
decrease,
best of all time, by the way. That's why you suggested it.
When I say the ratings decrease in the Super Bowl, this is not to say that people like, I was going to say my mom, but my mom watches NFL football. People that, people like my buddy's wife who throws this Super Bowl party that we go to most years. She's not a big NFL person, but she's counted in the Super Bowl ratings. She doesn't watch any of the games, but she's counted in the Super Bowl ratings. My thought is, and again, I started this segment off and I will say it again here. My thought is, I could very well be wrong. We may pop in here next week and have an immediate statement from Nielsen that says this was the most watched Super Bowl of all time, in which case then I will turn and say, all of you social media people were lying. Just like all of you were lying when you said, I'm done watching the NFL because of Colin Kaepernick or players taking knees or whatever. You lied. And that's okay. That's okay. We all say things to make ourselves feel one way in a moment and then act a different way when the time to act is upon us. It happens. It's a human trait.
Real quick, the Kansas City Chiefs win Sunday over Buffalo was the most watched AFC Championship game in the history.
Again, I'm not saying these are.
Here's what I'm asking. Okay, if that is true, if this is the most watched game, AFC Championship game in history, why would you? I'm talking about you, Rob Brown. Why would you automatically think there's going to be a drop off in the Super Bowl after the most watched AFC Championship game? And what makes you think suddenly all those people who watch that are not going to watch the Super Bowl?
What makes me think it is the immediate reaction after people tuned in after what happened in the Houston game, which got people going, here we go again. Again, whether they're right or wrong is irrelevant. After the Houston game, people started going, here we go again.
By the way, really quick. The year before, Chiefs versus Baltimore was the highest viewed before this year.
What happened in the Texans game had people looking and going, okay, here we go again. And so they tuned into the AFC Championship game because people thought especially when the NFL made a big deal out of putting a crew chief on there, that Patrick Mahomes had a losing record when he was the official. And Josh Allen, who has been viewed as the only hope against Patrick Mahomes, at least in the AFC, people tuned in to see if it was finally going to be the downfall of the Chiefs. And it wasn't. And now people, again, only what I can tell you based on my interaction with them, now people are looking and going, the Super Bowl feels like an inevitability. It feels like an inevitability. And because of that, I think that's why some folks are going to step away. You're still going to have a bunch of people that are tuned in. A lot of people are going to tune in to see history. A lot of people are going to tune in because Taylor's there. A lot of people are going to tune in just because they don't watch football, but hey, it's a Super Bowl party and here I am, so I'm going to watch it. But I feel like a lot of people are going to step out for all of that reasoning as well, because the AFC Championship game gave you a feeling of inevitability. There is no one left that can stop what is happening if you believe the conspiracy theory that the chefs are getting help. Mark Bonetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, joins us next to talk Rabbit hockey on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we got to step away for 30 seconds to get Bonetti on the line. Y'all stay right there. anti-cornflake. But if you send me to the store and say bring back cereal, I'm not bringing back cornflakes.
Well, I'm thinking specifically Frosted Flakes, not the unfrosted, because unfrosted. I get.
And now I would pick Frosted Flakes ahead of regular flakes.
Okay.
But I still wouldn't pick Frosted Flakes over, say, Lucky Charms. I will tell you this, and I don't know if this is different, but it is. Big Raisin Bran guy.
Oh, me too.
Big Raisin Bran guy.
You know, if you push that twice, it pauses. I got to remember that.
I mean, you might want to write it down for next time for sure.
My finger stuttered. I hate when that happens.
Happens to the best of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:41 in the morning, and at this time on Wednesdays, we talk a little local hockey. And there's nobody I like talking hockey more with. Heck, even when I'm up at the arena, I always spend a little extra time talking hockey with the voice of the squad, the mouth of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear him every time you tune in to listen to Greenville Swamp Rabbit Hockey. He is the voice of the Bunnies, Mark Bonetti, joining us here on the line. What's up, Playboy?
Well, we are officially underway on our 2-week road trip. It's technically a 7-game swing, but when we come back, it's a random one-off 2 hours down the road against Atlanta. But it all starts tonight against the Cincinnati Cyclones, off to Indy shortly after, and then an entire week in the Sunshine State against the Everblades. So quite a long way away from home, but we're super excited for the opportunity and the challenge ahead.
You know, I wanted to ask about that, Mark Bonetti, because you do have a game on the road at Cincinnati, and then y'all are gone for a couple of weeks. I wish you the best, bud, because that's a lot. What is that experience, being out that long away from home, that long away from the well, that long? What's that like for the team? And I'm not just talking about on the ice during games, but as far as picking a roster of guys that are coming with you, equipment guys having to deal with all that. This isn't an NHL team where you guys have a private charter jet to fly back and forth. What goes into a local professional hockey team's efforts to pull off a successful long road trip like this?
Well, it's certainly a heck of an operation. And when you really think about it, you basically have to pack your life away for 2 weeks. Because to your point, you know, it's not like you can just send someone out to replenish you or you come back home to replenish. We're gone the entire time on this trip. And there are some teams who in a trip like this, if they find a window to come back and reload or whatever, then they do. But it just seems more seamless to take as much as you need possible and then figure it out the rest of the way out there. Tony Denzer, our equipment guy, has done a heck of a job putting together everything that we've needed on an equipment side. River Pease, our video coach, hockey administrator, did a great job at helping coordinate where we were going, how we were doing it. I booked flights and things and got on the horn with that. Coach Mountain and Coach Dowda have put together itineraries to make sure that we're engaged and dialed the entire trip. And there's no surprises at that point, because that's the last thing you need on a trip of this magnitude. So, you know, we're excited. You know, it's a long way away, Rob, right? Like, you know, it's tough because it's not like you can see at the end of the weekend, oh yeah, we're going to come back home, take a breather, get back out there. No, we're gone the whole time. So there is a bit of a strain there, but that's where teams really come together. You hear that old cliche, teams come together when they're on the road. And so this is an opportunity for us to hang out, spend some more time away from the rink with each other and, you know, build some of that camaraderie up, because we're certainly going to need it down the stretch.
Yeah, without a doubt. And obviously a kind of an interesting weekend last weekend for the Bunnies, Mark Bonetti, because you had back-to-back homers against the Reading Royals, a team you haven't seen in 8 years. Came up on one hand, came up on the short end of the stick in both of those contests. On the other hand, electrifying nights at the Wells, and you really, like, you got a glimpse of what hockey in the upstate is and can be. So like it was kind of a bittersweet weekend a little bit, but you didn't get the results. And at the end of the day, that's what Kyle Mountain and the boys are looking for, are those results, especially at the crib. Do you feel like this is a good time for the team to get away from the noise, get away from the comfort zone, get away from home, get out on the road and kind of have to lean on each other for an extended period of time to maybe build it up a little bit?
Absolutely, I think so. And there's something to be said for there's more camaraderie fostered. You have no choice but to be with each other. And it's not to say that the guys don't interact with each other when they're at home or they go out to team dinners or, they go golfing together and whatnot, things along those lines. But when you're on the road, you don't have a choice. You have to do that. And so I think that breeds a lot of camaraderie. It breeds a lot of togetherness. You have meals together, you travel together, you're doing all of these different team activities together, and then you're playing. And you hope that turns into maybe some better chemistry on the ice, or maybe it turns into, a rallying cry to get back into the swing of things here. It's been tough sledding at home, and last weekend was unfortunate. I think the way that you described it was bittersweet because Saturday night, NASCAR night, was one of the most electric nights we've had. The amount of celebrities we had in the building, champions, race winners, 21 different drivers. I mean, it was phenomenal. It was absolutely incredible. We had our entire ownership group there to be celebrated and to celebrate with us. And, unfortunate that we couldn't get the second point, certainly got one, but Coach Mountain's not here for moral victory. So it's a building block. But at the same time, I think that's a game that his team knows that they could have gotten that second one. And now here's hoping that they start a string of getting both of them up for grabs here tonight against the Cyclones.
Talk to me a little bit about your take on what happened last weekend, because these were great hockey contests, both of them, really tightly contested games. Friday night comes down to a late game. We end up in a shootout on Saturday. A team you don't have a lot of familiarity with, a team you haven't seen in a very long time. None of the boys on the roster have played against Reading before. What was it that separated this team between two close losses and maybe gutting out a win or two?
It was special teams. It was absolutely special teams. That was the biggest takeaway from the weekend was special teams just wasn't where it needed to be. You look to game one, you're down 3-0 on 2 power play goals and a shorthanded goal. You come back with a 6-on-4 power play goal, a standard power play extra attacker with Jacob Ingham pulled, and then you get another 6-on-5 extra attacker goal. And it was desperate hockey at the end. The last 6 minutes, the Swamp Rabbits flat out owned it. And if they played like that the entire contest, like Coach Mountain had said in our pregame the next night, then who knows how that game goes. You're also playing against a Reading team that's in a dogfight for that 4th, 5th spot in the North Division. By the end of the weekend, Reading had won 5 in a row. They were on a 6-game point streak, absolutely smoking red hot. So they had all the momentum and everything playing into their favor. The second night, you have a 2-1 lead. Power play goal ties it. You can't get anything else going in the third period with 5-on-5 offense. You put 40 shots on net, but how many of those 40 shots were quality chances that absolutely made Keith Petruzzelli's life a living hell in net? And so then you go to the overtime, you have a chance to win it on the power play, 4-on-3, all that open ice, and just didn't challenge enough. And then you go to the shootout and it's a 50-50 coin flip because it's a skills competition. So I think the biggest takeaway hockey-wise of the weekend was it was special teams. And the power play is great. Don't get me wrong. They scored in 4 in a row. Matches the season high, most consecutive games, the power play goal. They've scored in 6 out of the last 7 games, but the penalty kill, unfortunately, just wasn't there. And so that's part of what this team needs going into this road trip.
This is a team, and I had the opportunity last week in the office to talk to a couple of the guys. Got the opportunity to talk to them a couple around the rink on Friday and Saturday last week with an incredible night of games lined up. They were doing some community outreach, which I obviously always think is great. And I think what stands out to me when you have conversations with the fellas on the team in the dressing room, outside, whatever, man, like you can tell this team is not, I don't want to use the word disappointed, Mark Benetti. It feels like they're angry. Like they are not happy with the results they're turning in. They're not happy with the results that they are getting. They feel like, and I will always take a team that looks itself in the mirror and says, we're better than this. Let's get it fixed. And I wonder if that attitude combined with being out on the road in multiple hostile multiple hostile venues over the next couple of weeks, maybe that's the catalyst to kind of find the rhythm that they want to be in.
It certainly could be. I mean, this is a team, too, that also realizes, yes, they can play better, but at the same time, you've got 34 games left. Is it time to absolutely start smashing the panic button? Not necessarily, but time very similar to when you're down 2 and there's 15 minutes, 10 minutes to go. Time's not necessarily your ally. So you've got some work to do. this is a great way to turn the page on it and look at this basically as a 6-game series, right? Or really a 7-game series because there's 7 road games. We keep forgetting that Atlanta is the week after we're gone for 2 straight. So you look at this 7-game road trip mentally like it's a 7-game playoff series, and you just have to win all of them, or you have to win the vast majority of them. Go 5-2, go 4-2-1, get points in 5 out of 7. If you can take all 7, that's phenomenal. But you've got to compartmentalize the season now into some segments here. And I think with 34 games to go, this is a perfect reset. You've got 2 opponents in front of you that you haven't seen, that you don't normally won't. You got Cincinnati once, Indy twice, then they're done. And then you've got the 3-time defending champion staring down the barrel next week. So it's going to be tough, but you've got to compartmentalize it and find progress with 34 games left, knowing that if you go on a run and a couple of the teams in front of you start to falter, you've got a shot. I mean, Rob, you and I know better than anybody. We've been watching sports how long combined in our lifetimes. This is the time of the year where teams either start to get scorching red hot or freezing ice cold. And there seems to be no in between. So why not go on a run? Why not catch the lightning and start it tonight?
Without a doubt, Mark Benetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. We talk bits hockey every Wednesday at 8:40. So what is then, Mark Benetti, what is the message from Kyle Mountain to the squad with a Wednesday, Friday, Saturday this week, a Wednesday, Friday, Saturday next week, and then that Thursday game in Atlanta before we come back to the crib? You're looking at 7 straight roadies. What's the message from Mountie to the fellas, and what are your realistic expectations for this swing?
So I think, again, compartmentalizing the road trip, let's start with the latter side of that. My expectations are this team is going to prove to the Cyclones and to the Fuel why they play in the toughest division. Why, when you're staring down a diehard Atlanta, when you're staring down the defending champs in Florida, a scrappy Orlando, a skilled Savannah, South Carolina, all these different opponents, and a Jacksonville that just doesn't ever seem to go away. We play in the toughest division, and we're going to show you the next 3 nights why the Central is not nearly as strong as us. We play a better style of hockey. We play a tougher style of hockey. We're going to show you that. And that's where that's the message. It's prove why we still have a shot, prove why we are as good as we say we believe we are, and start taking it to Cincinnati with a forecheck, with good special teams play, start bearing down defensively on the penalty kill, and finish everything. No flybys. Make sure you make contact, because keep in mind too, we're not playing 3-3. You just pointed out we're playing Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. There's a little bit of breathing room between games here, so you can play hard, not worrying about dang, I got to play the next day at 4:00. Oh man, I got to play the next day at 1. Let's keep this momentum going. You can go all out tonight, take tomorrow to recover, watch some film, prepare, regroup, and then Friday go right back to it again with back-to-backs. And so I think that's the message, is play tenacious, show why we're in the toughest division. And I think the expectation is going to be that we're going to prove it why. And, you look at a Cincinnati team that's got a lot of challenge ahead. They're 10-5-1 since the break, and they started 0-6-3. They didn't get their first win until game 10. They came into the Christmas break with 5 wins, and they now have 15. So this is a team that's really feeling it right now, winning 10 out of the last 16 games. And they've got a power play goal in 5 out of their last 7. Their penalty kill a little suspect. They're on the upswing. They've gone 100% the last 2 games after giving up a power play goal in 5 straight. So there are pockets where the Swamp Rabbits team can execute and find a way here tonight to start things off on the right foot.
Mark Benetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. The Bunnies on the road for the next couple of weeks. They play tonight against Cincinnati, 2 on Friday and Saturday against Indy. Then it's a 3-game set against Florida on Wednesday, Friday, Saturday next week. A Thursday nighter in Atlanta. And the Swamp Rabbits return home February 15th for Stick It to Cancer Night. We will tell you more about that night, a night that we will celebrate those that are fighting and honor the memory of those that have moved on. An incredibly powerful night, one of my favorite nights of the year to celebrate. And we'll talk more about that as we get closer to that February 15th showdown when the Bunnies return to the well to take on Savannah. Mark Benetti, my guy. I don't know what you're doing in Cincinnati, Ohio, but I wish you the best doing it.
Eating Skyline chili, Rob. Or
Nope.
trying to find Joe
Nope.
Burrow as well to shake his hand.
Nope. Skyline chili's awful, and I will not allow you to promote it on the show as if it's anything else.
Listen, the second part, though, he said he was going to try to find Joe Burrow. He should do that.
I respect that.
Just don't go into his house uninvited because
see-
people already did that.
See if Joey B will give you a ride in that big-ass Batmobile he built, and then we're good. But don't you promote Skyline chili like it's good, Mark Benetti.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's there, and sometimes it's an only option, you know?
I've said that before. Many a Friday night mistake, bud. Yeah, that's the correct response.
Yeah, that silence was
Mark
perfect.
Benetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. My bud, stay safe on the swing, pal. We'll see you back at the well on the 15th, dude.
Yes, sir. You got it. Thanks for the time today, Rob.
As always, Mark Benetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. Denton Day talks college and NFL football on Sirius XM. He'll be joining us in the next segment to talk college and NFL football. Lonzo's going to talk all the sports now in this Sports Flash.
It was a wonderful tease, by the way.
Thanks.
One of your best. The South Carolina Gamecocks fell to 0-8 in SEC play with a 71-60 loss on the road at Georgia last night. The Gamecocks shot 41% from the floor, but were just 4 of 17 from 3 and turned the ball over 17 times. That's not good. The only players who reached double digits were Colin Murray Boyles with 18 and Jamari Thomas with 19. The rest of the team scored 23 combined. There's only one NFL team remaining without a coach, but they'll have one less option to fill that position. Former Dallas Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy indicated yesterday he will sit out the 2025 season, canceling a meeting with the New Orleans Saints scheduled for later this week. McCarthy is expected to return to the sidelines in 2026. Tune in today at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins take on the Sanford Bulldogs. It's Furman versus Sanford right here on your home for Furman Paladins basketball. The Fan, upstate. Oh, well, ahead.
Hey, it's Ron Brown, and I have good news. QC Kinetics and their groundbreaking treatments for arthritis pain are here. Long-term relief is now possible with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that are sweeping the nation. Tens of thousands of QC Kinetics patients would tell you, don't wait and make the call today to talk to the local medical.
I hope I'm right about the Super Bowl numbers. It seems that, the people who don't want it to do well, don't want a certain team to do well. That's just what it seems like. And I could be completely wrong. Just reading the room, so to speak.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you. Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
I still haven't made, I don't want to say fresh wings, but wings that I did myself in the air fryer yet. And we got a new air fryer. I think it might be time to, do you risk christening the new air fryer? The old one's still functional. Do you risk christening the new one with, on the Super Bowl? I mean, because that's a risk. If you fail, I mean, there's always pizza, I guess, but still, you don't want to fail. Yeah, I don't want to watch that Super Bowl. We just saw that 2 years ago or whatever it was. Did you do the thing? Did you not do the thing? What are you doing? What you doing?
Do the thing.
The Sam Hill's going on, Rob Brown. The other main question, I'm sure we'll be talking about this coming up this week. It's always the drummies or flats. Do you particularly go, I just want the drummies or nothing?
No.
Do you just refuse to make anything if you only have flats?
All drums, but I never.
But if there's only flats, you're still okay. It's not drums, but I'm still eating it. Okay. We are.
Come back and we'll discuss.
What are you doing, Chris?
You know, it's shocking to me. I don't think that as long as we've been doing this show, buddy, I don't think we've ever actually had the drums or flats discussion.
I'm a content creator. I'm an idea guy.
Sure,
this is what I do.
Sure.
I'm also award winning. I don't know if you knew that.
Content cash cow Lonzo walked us into the Denton Day drums or flats.
I do drums because my fiance likes flats, and I'm a great fiance myself. So I give her the ones that she likes, and I take the ones that she doesn't.
Okay, she's not there. Drums or flats?
Usually flats.
Okay.
I feel like I kind of get robbed with the drums.
See, I don't. I mean, if you get the crappy ones that are like real skinny around the top, like if I go to a wing joint and I ask for drums and they bring me out drums and those drums are like real skinny around the whole thing, then I'm never coming back to your spot. But you bring me one that's got some meat on it, that's all I'm ever going with.
We don't want body positive drumsticks. Like I want the ones that have been set up. You know what I mean?
Denton Day is a host on Sirius XM Radio, hosts college football overtime, but he's also one of the best sports talkers I have ever had the opportunity of sharing time on the air with. And by the way, Denton, I don't know if you can change that. I think you may have a webcam mic on or something because we're getting a buzz from you. We'll see if we can get that fixed up. But in the meantime, we brought Denton on to talk college football. We brought Denton on to talk a little Super Bowl. Let's start with this one, bud. We have now had the college football championship in the rearview mirror for a hot minute now. Has there been any further evaluation from you about the playoff? We played a clip earlier from I think professional troll Danny Cannell saying that after seeing it, he would like to go to a 2 league setup and have promotion, relegation, and all that. Has there been any further thought about the playoffs, or are you still, in retrospect, pretty happy with how it all shook out?
Was that Cannell finally admitting that he likes the SEC? Is that what I heard with the 2 league and the relegation and all that? Because I know I love me some Danny Cannell.
The audacity of that allegation.
I know he doesn't like the SEC. I mean, I think it's too early to start doing some crazy stuff like that. We saw this once. Let's give it a couple of years. If we're 3 years, 4 years into this and we still have like major outlying issues with it, then we can make a change. But I don't think you should make any massive change after one season.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, at least if nothing else, to the playoff structure itself, right? Like I think we ended up in a spot where we got the 4 best teams playing late. I think we also proved that 12 is a good number. I mean, arguably you can make it 8 since it was 5, 6, and 7, and 8 that played in the semis. But I think at the end of the day, the tournament definitely produced the best team, the best 4 teams playing in the semifinals. I'm big on tinkering. If you're not working to get better, you're following behind. I'm kind of that mindset. I thought it was pretty good top to bottom.
Yeah, I agree with you. And like this was an interesting year in college football because it didn't feel like there was any like, massive great team. Ohio State was good, but they certainly weren't great. They lost twice, right? So I think maybe in other years when you have like the traditional who is really, really good and who is not, it might be different. But I thought this was a good year for the sake of parity to get it at 12.
Denton Day, host of Sirius XM's College Football Overtime, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. And for those of you watching on the stream, yes, my entire computer just froze up, so you're just going to have to deal with me for a minute.
They can still hear your voice.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see my big fat head.
That's true.
Denton Day, let's jump it on over and talk a little bit about the Super Bowl here for just a minute. Let's start with this. Any early reads, any early lines that you like? Is there anything that struck your fancy that you can break down into some X's and O's for us?
Well, first and foremost, for the second year in a row, I had jumped on a future for Kansas City. Now, this one wasn't nearly as big as last year. I got them at like 9-1 last year because people thought they stunk. And I was like, I don't know about that, guys. But I still have them at like, I think it's like plus 250. So just from my personal standpoint, it only makes sense if I would then bet the Eagles money line while it is still positive, positive value. I look at this though, Rob, and I'm like, all right, if Philadelphia doesn't win, it should be a failure because top to bottom, they have the best roster in the NFL. I mean, Jalen Hurts is not Patrick Mahomes, but the last time we saw him in a Super Bowl, he outplayed Patrick Mahomes, I thought. I mean, he was the best player in that game, but it just so happens that Kansas City was a better team that particular year. I think Philadelphia should win the football game. I want to throw up as I say that, but I think they should win the football game. The problem is, what do you do when you go against Michael Jordan? So, like, I'm personally going to bet Philly's money line just so I can get a little bit of a hedge action in there. But I don't know if you were just a regular person, how you could feel any sort of confidence betting against Patrick Mahomes.
That was kind of my take. I was on BetMGM tonight last night with Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans, and we were having this discussion. And I said, I'm kind of at a spot where there's not much I dislike more. Hold just a second. Got it fixed. There's not much I dislike more than leaning into narratives and falling apart. But I'm kind of at the point now where I'm almost like, it just feels like the football universe is spoken. And as a sports talker, I'm not supposed to do that. But I'm at the point now going, if Josh Allen had the season Josh Allen had, if that Bills team was the healthiest it had been all year, if they had that opportunity to make something happen, and yet the Chiefs still did what they did. Patrick Mahomes, by the way, now 8-0 in one-score games over the past year and a half or so. I'm at the point now where it's like, I just don't see with a team that doesn't, outside of Saquon Barkley, really have like that big explosive play potential or feel like they do. Blame it on Jalen Hurts, blame it on the receivers, blame it wherever you're going to blame it. I'm having a hard time trying to come up with reasons that I should put anything on Philly.
I would blame that on Jalen Hurts because if you look at that roster, Rob, A.J. Brown is an explosive. He should be an explosive machine. Devontae, I mean, you and I remember watching that dude in college. That dude was the best. I mean, won the Heisman for a reason at wide receiver. It feels like he's been way underutilized in this Philadelphia offense because of the limitations at quarterback and pushing the football down the field. Like, that's the one thing where I feel like Philadelphia should have the massive advantage, because if you look at the games that Kansas City has played just in the playoffs, right, with the Texans and then with this past week with the Bills. Well, who's the best receiver on the Bills? On paper, it's Amari Cooper, but he has been virtually a non-factor since he got traded. Outside of like that one play where you're like watching Keon Coleman at the goal line tell him what to run, and then he scores a touchdown, right? But outside of that, he's virtually been a non-factor. The Bills didn't have any, really scary wide receivers. The Texans, I mean, they had one, but like that's really it. They were supposed to have a lot more, so you really only had to deal with one. At least with Philadelphia, you have to deal with two and three if you count Saquon Barkley. They haven't used him a ton out of the backfield in the passing game, but I can't think of a better time to start than in the Super Bowl. So they have a lot of explosive playmakers. It just is more about, can Jalen Hurts get the football to him and allow them to make plays? He did a good job of that, unfortunately, against Washington. He had a little bit of help on certain plays, but that shot to A.J. Brown on fourth down, holding aside, it was a very clear holding, but holding aside, that was a beautiful throw. And that's a throw that we haven't really seen him make a ton this year. So if that's kind of the normal, and that's what we're going to get in the Super Bowl, that should give Philadelphia an edge.
We love us some drama, right? Reality TV, one of the most watched genres of television every single year. I think most sports fans watch sports for the drama. We love some raw athletic competition, but we love some drama. Jalen Hurts said in a presser earlier this week that in these playoffs, he feels like, and I'm paraphrasing, but something close to the tune of, he feels like the straitjacket has been taken off, which is, to me, even if it's unintentional, kind of a shot at Nick Sirianni at the Philly offensive coaching staff. Yeah, as if they've been holding Jalen Hurts back. Where do you fall on that? Because I was, and I admit now, and I don't know if I still don't feel like I'm wrong. I said during the offseason, after the collapse last year, I think I'd have probably moved on from Nick Sirianni, to be honest with you. But here he is going to coach his second Super Bowl in 3 years. Who do you trust less, Nick Sirianni at the controls or Jalen Hurts to execute whatever he dials up?
Yeah, that's a tough question because, like, it is hilarious for Jalen Hurts to say something like that because it's like, buddy, you guys are really good this year. Like, even if a straitjacket was on, it really worked. So it's not like you guys were 9-8 and just barely scraped by to get into the playoffs, and now they're allowing you to take control. You guys were really good and had an MVP candidate. So I think I trust. Well, I don't trust Nick Sirianni at all. I got to be honest. I think he's kind of a dope. I think if you give him too much power, he is going to find a way to screw things up. So I would trust Jalen Hurts a little bit more, but it's not. I don't know that that's a winning situation either way, right? I just don't really think Sirianni is great. I think he's a fine coach, but I don't think when we get to list season, Rob, regardless of what happens on in 2 weeks. When we get to list season and we start to get to the coaching decisions and like who's a top 5, top 10 coach, Sirianni might be in the top 10, but he's certainly not going to be in the top 5. Even if Philadelphia goes and hangs 50 on Kansas City, he's not going to be in the top 5. So I think I would trust Jalen Hurts maybe just a little bit more than Sirianni.
Does Philly strike you as one of these teams? You know, I've said I felt this way about Sam Darnold this year, took a lot of heat for it, said it about Kirk Cousins when he was in Minnesota, said it about Brock Purdy in San Francisco, and those are all players, not coaches, but I feel like this is the coach version of that. There's just so many good players on that team that even if you coach poorly, they can still just athlete you to being a good team. Is that what you feel about the Eagles? Because I kind of do.
Yeah, Philadelphia has an embarrassment of riches. And to be fair, like, they should. I mean, Howie Roseman's done a great job, not this year, but over the course of years, Rob, for building that roster. I mean, if you look at them top to bottom, outside of quarterback, they're like top 1, 2, or 3 in every single position, like literally every single one. It's fascinating to see how they put that kind of team together. And then you look at their defensive core, like Vic Fangio is one of the best in the business when it comes to just running a badass defense. Kellen Moore is a very good and capable coach when it comes to running an offense, but that's where you really look at it and say, you just have so much talent. Like, you just got to tell the offensive line to block, and Saquon will do a lot of the work after that. So I do think they have an embarrassment of riches, which is why I go back to the point where if they don't win, it should be considered a failure because they're so good at every single position outside of quarterback. And it's not like Jalen Hurts sucks, by the way. It's not like he is the 32nd quarterback. He's just not a top 5, top 10 guy. You know, he's probably in that 12 to 13 range if you're listing out quarterbacks, but you can win with a 12 to 13 quarterback if you are so strong at every other position.
Denton Day joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate talking Super Bowl prognostications. We've talked quite a bit about the IGLS Eagles, according to the mayor of Philadelphia. Let's flip to the other side of the field. Listen, Andy Reid continues to deserve flowers for the coaching job that he does, but I've said so far, if I'm picking an MVC of this postseason, how about freaking Steve Spagnuolo? Like, you know what his defense is. He's going to blitz you in every high-pressure situation, but it's not just dialing up the blitzes, Denton Day. It's about knowing who and where to send the pressure. He had Josh Allen in stitches for a handful of minutes there, including on the biggest play of the game where Josh Allen rolled right as he does, and there's 2 Chiefs just waiting for him. Steve Spagnuolo right now is the reason, in my opinion, and it's Mahomes and it's Reid and all these great players. Steve's been a wizard in these postseason games.
I mean, he's so good at dialing things up, Rob. I almost wonder if he has like an infinity stone that allows him to see like 5-10 seconds ahead of time. It's like, all right, what are they going to run? All right, I'll have a blitz ready for this, because he does it every single time. Every single time there's a play that needs to be made or a blitz package that needs to execute, he finds the perfect one. It is stunning to me how frequent that happens. And the Josh Allen thing is a perfect example of that. I've seen a lot of people breaking film down on the Twitter sphere over the past couple of days. There was nothing Josh Allen could have done. Like literally nothing, unless you have Madden Rewind on. There's nothing that dude could have done. It was just the perfect blitz at the perfect time. That's where I kind of worry about Philadelphia and the coaching, whether it's Sirianni calling plays or Kellen Moore. Can they go toe-to-toe with the best defensive blitzer in the NFL right now? Because that's what Spagnuolo is. And if we want to talk about defensive coordinators, obviously he's right at the top of that. But if you're just talking about blitzing, there's nobody better than Spagnuolo. So I don't know what Philadelphia is going to do. And on top of that, dude, Chris Jones is just a baller in these games. Like he is a big time player, even if his stat sheet isn't, eye popping. If you just look at some of the nuanced stuff that he does, it always feels like he's opening sacks up for other guys on that defensive front because he is commanding so much attention on the defensive line. It's kind of dorky, but to see Chris Jones and then Jalen Carter in the same game together is like, these are the two best defensive tackles in the game, and we get to see them basically go blow for blow in the Super Bowl.
We're talking to Denton Day, getting a little Super Bowl prep ready. Yeah, we got a lot of time left, but it's a damn Super Bowl. Of course, we're talking about it. I floated a theory earlier to Denton Day, and I'll float it to you now. Lonzo and I were having the conversation. My projection is that we are going to see, despite the fact that it is Mahomes, despite the fact that it is an opportunity for the Chiefs to make history and do something no other NFL franchise has ever done and win a three-peat, despite the fact that Tay-Tay's going to be there, et cetera, I think you're going to see a mini drop in the television ratings this year because I genuinely do believe that the whole Chiefs fatigue thing is real, just based on my read of social media, listening to the shows, et cetera. Where have you, do you think that the Chiefs fatigue thing is real? Do you think America's in the in Philadelphia's back pocket? The reason I ask is, if the answer is yes, I think I might wait to make a bet on this game and let people put all the bets on Philly and drive the Kansas City price to a better spot.
I definitely think the Chiefs fatigue is real. I don't know how much that's going to impact the television ratings because, like, what else are you going to do? Like, the Super Bowl is such an event nowadays where you're going to go watch it regardless, whether you are stuck in 2006 and you think the commercials are still cool. I don't think there's been great commercials in 20 years almost. Or you're going to watch the halftime show, which at this point, Rob, is what I'm most excited about. I can't tell. Like, I'm sad that my team is not playing in the big game, but now I don't have to watch my favorite audience or my favorite artist while I'm riddled with anxiety about a second half of the Super Bowl coming up. So that's fun for me. But I do think you're going to see a lot of bets on Philadelphia, which is honestly dumb. Like, if you just want to look at this from a logical standpoint, if you think the NFL is rigged in the direction of the Chiefs, why would you not bet on the Chiefs? Like, if you think they are going to throw the game for Mahomes, make money off of the league throwing the game for Mahomes. That feels like really, really obvious, but I know people are going to do the opposite because they bet more with their heart than their head.
Where have you fallen on this whole Mahomes, refs, Chiefs controversy or lack thereof or excessive amount thereof?
I mean, I think some of the penalties are not good looks, but I also just think he's a top 3 quarterback that could potentially be top 2 in 2 weeks. I think if he wins this Super Bowl, there's a real conversation to be had about him surpassing Montana, and then it's him and Brady. I love watching greatness. I never got to see Michael Jordan. I was born in 95. I've seen LeBron James. LeBron and I have had an interesting relationship for some stuff that he did early in his career. I like him now, but he had an interesting relationship, so I didn't properly enjoy the greatness while he was in his peak in like those days in Miami. I'm enjoying the Mahomes stuff. I wanted Jane Daniels to snatch his crown, admittedly, but I'm enjoying the Mahomes stuff because I just like watching greatness. And if you want to beat him, you got to go beat him. I do think there is something really powerful about that. And I do think that they decided to throw that game against Denver. So the one guy that could beat him didn't play in the playoffs.
We are talking to Denton Day. He hosts on the Beck
He almost
Network.
said that to be a man, you got to beat the man. He was close.
I was close.
I mean, why did you not?
Ric Flair and I have an interesting relationship right
Fair
now.
enough. Fair enough. I accept that entirely. Who's winning the Rumble this weekend, pal?
Oh God, they did such a good job this week in terms of like interweaving stories, and I'm like, all right, like Cena winning would make sense to have Cena versus Cody, but I think you can also just do Cena versus Cody without him winning the Rumble. So then I think you should go. Whoever wins the Rumble should challenge Gunther, and then it's just like who do I want Gunther to face? In a perfect world, extracurricular outside of the ring stuff aside, I would love to see Gunther beat Brock Lesnar. I don't think Brock Lesnar is coming back for those extracurricular things outside of the rings. That's going to be a tough PR move for WWE to deal with. I think it's going to be Rollins. Yeah, I think Seth has had such a great past 2 years, but he really hasn't been given the push. He played the side character against Cody. He was always kind of the guy with Cody. He lost to CM Punk, which he shouldn't have on that Netflix debut. I think Seth gets it done.
I like that take.
I just have a feel. It depends on where the Kevin Owens and Cody match happens. If it happens before the Rumble, I see Kevin Owens finding a way back into the Rumble and somehow winning it.
I want Kevin Owens. Like, I know the Cena and Rhodes thing for the championship. Kevin Owens deserves the title. I think he's been.
I think
awesome.
the three of us agree that Kevin. I would love to see Kevin Owens win Saturday.
He's my favorite I think he's my favorite in WWE right now.
I'd also like to point out he's right about everything.
He is right. He is not told a lie.
No, everything he said is 100% correct. And also on top of that, fat bearded guys unite. We got to stand together.
And sick
all
tattoos too.
And sick tattoos. I'm tired of fat bearded guy oppression out here in the streets. We won't stand for it anymore. Denton Day joining us here on the Rob Brown Show. He's the host of College Football Overtime on Sirius XM and also the host and producer on 106.7 The Fan up there in the greater DC area. Joins us on Wednesdays, my man. Next week, we go on the record with some props and picks, pal.
I can't wait. I'll be in New Orleans getting after it, so I'll make some time for you, though, after I'm on Bourbon Street for a little bit.
Must be nice. Must be nice to be Denton Day. I'll be right here. Have a ball, pal.
I'll try. I'll take a strawberry daiquiri to the Dome just for you.
You made it worse.
Why don't you live vicariously instead of showing your jealousy? I mean, come on.
Because
dude.
I'm very jealous. That's the reason. Denton Day, appreciate you, fella. Let's do it again, pal.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy. Denton Day, host again on Sirius XM of College Football Overtime and on 106.7 The Fan in DC. We are back after this on the Rob Brown Show and The Fan Upstate.
Yeah, I don't know why there have been 0 lives today, unless because I've heard you record it, like for QC, unless you know there's not supposed to be any lives today. Or are you ignoring me?
No, I'm not. I am listening to you / saw that we got a reply from the boss.
Yeah.
So I was following up on that.
Yeah, he told me to kill it. So
yeah.
He told me to delete it, but I didn't. I changed the date because if I kill it, then I don't know. Kind of
daily sports fan powered by Ingles. Low prices, love the savings.
The NBA has a problem on its hands. Well, realistically, the NBA has multiple problems on its hands. Ratings are diminishing. They can't figure out how to get the American viewers back that they lost during the...
All right, guys, give me just a minute. Be right back.
Star players are able to act like petulant children.
Buddy?
Buddy?
I'm gonna make you hate it. Call me something else, punk.
Buddy? All right. Let's get a couple more things in here before we get up out of here. We've been talking about the Super Bowl a little bit. Mahomes and the Chiefs. One went away from the first three-peat in the history of the National Football League.
By the way, just really quick, I looked it up, and according to a survey of 6,093 Americans, 45% preferred drums, 29% preferred flats, and 26% were indifferent.
I land on I prefer drums. However, if I go to a Super Bowl party and I roll up in there and it is being hosted by a psychopath who said, I ordered wings to the party and they're all flats, I'm eating them. Right? Like, I'm not a dude who's going to say no to flats. Now, if I go to a Super Bowl party and you got a big tray of 1,000 wings and it's 50-50, I'm absolutely the dude that's going to reach in there and pick out the drums.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm more interested are they dry rubbed or do they have sauce on them, and what kind is what? Are your sauces touching each other? So we have a mingling of sauces. There's the things like that.
All massive factors and all taken into consideration when I'm putting my plate together. But if I am happy with all the choices as far as style of wings, flavor of wings, sauce, yada 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 yada, if I'm happy with all those things, if it is drums and it's flats, I am absolutely the dude that will stand there and not just pick out the drums. I'm picking out the big drums. All right. I'm picking out the big ones. I want the jumbo drums. I don't want to go in there and end up if the drum is a cylinder shape instead of got that big meaty bulb on the end of it, then I'm out. All right. I want a big, thick, fat drum, not a skinny little drum. All right. If the choice is like skinny little drums or like big meaty flats, then I'm going to go with the flats.
By the way, I get your preferences, but if I go somewhere and all they have are the skinny ones, I'll just eat more of them.
Oh, again, same by and large. Now, if they are so bad that I look at it and I go, these aren't necessarily worth the effort.
They were malnourished chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I reach in there and they're not worth the effort of eating them, then it's going to come down to how good are the wings. Because if they're a top 10 wing I've ever had, they're just small, then if the meat is phenomenal, I will go through the effort of high effort for low rewards. But if the wings average and they're tiny little baby wings, I don't want none. All right. I don't want none at that point. I will flip over and I will go to the pizzas or the sandwiches or whatever else is being provided at said party. If I go out, I will say this is true. There is at least one restaurant in the area that is on the Rob Brown blacklist. I just won't go there anymore. Okay.
All right. One more real quick before we move on. Is it okay to double dip if it's family?
I say no, honestly. I say no. There's the only exception to the double dip is if you have your own personal cup of whatever dressing you go with.
Yeah, double dipping doesn't bother me. If I know everybody.
If you know them or if you're related to them.
If I'm out with my group of friends, which I don't have anymore, but I did it one time, like a long time ago. If we're out and we're all hitting the dip, I don't care.
So if we're at, if we throw a corporate party next year and the boss orders up 1,000 wings for everybody in the building and it's just one big thing of ranch with a spoon to scoop over. If people are hitting the double dip in that, you're like, hey, whatever, I work with this guy.
Downstairs invited also? If so, then no, I'm not doing that.
See, so you don't.
We're in unity upstairs. I mean, we're all we're one big family, hive mind, all that kind of stuff.
So you don't really have a clear line for acceptable double dipping.
Oh, I do have a clear line. It's upstairs, downstairs.
Okay.
Steve being the only exception. If he wants to double dip, go for it.
Well, he probably paid for him.
I know.
So
I know.
I can't talk. No,
it really does bother people, and there will be people going to Super Bowl parties.
Hello, I'm people
who will go. So you will, but would you make a big deal out of it? So you're over there and you see someone double dip. Will you just he just double dipped?
No, not like that, but 100%. If we are standing at the wing serving station, 100%, I will go.
All right, I'm talking about chips. I mean, we're talking about.
I don't
chips,
care if you're talking about wings or chips
okay,
or anything else.
Because
if you have put food in your mouth and then you reinsert the food that was in your mouth back into the dip,
all right,
I will. Even if I don't know you, if we're at a party and I don't know you, 100%, I will say, "You just double dip." I will call. I'm not going to yell it. I'm not going to scream.
Even
it in
if
front
it's
of
a
the whole
stranger
party.
that you don't know,
Yes.
and let's say you're at a business party for, like, say you're going with your wife to a company Super Bowl party, and you see her boss double dip. Are you pointing? Are you
Not in that case because it's
all right.
because it's going to hurt her in the long run.
All right. So as long as there's some thought that goes into
well, it's going to hurt her. But if we are at a company party, right? If you and I are at an Odyssey party and there's chips and dip and somebody from downstairs who may or may not have an impact on my paycheck on a monthly basis, I see them double dip, 100%. I'll be like, yo, did you just double dip? Because I want them. What I have found.
See, I wouldn't do that. Now, if it's Kevin, I'll be like, Kevin, come on, dude. What are you doing?
I have found, and I believe this to be true.
Kevin's probably all right.
I believe this to be true. I have found, or at least believe, that most people, not all people, most people understand that the double dip is societally frowned upon, but in that moment,
but when did you figure it out? That's what I want to know. Because
I believe
my friends were all Neanderthals and don't care.
I believe that most people have it written upon their heart that the double dip is inappropriate societally. Fine if you have your own dip, not fine if it's a public resource. And I believe that most people, when they consume a bite of whatever, chip, chicken wing, whatever you're hitting into that dip, most people, when they are ready for the next round, have a decision to make. And that decision is, do I take the easy path and give myself immediate gratification of having the next scoop of dip ready to go? Or do I make the effort that I would need to make society a better place by taking some of that dip, placing it on my own personal serving station, and moving on? And most people will pick lazy. Most people in most scenarios. This is why the people who have big time work ethics, the people who are always grinding, that's why they stand out, because most people are lazy. And in that moment, you have one opportunity to pick lazy and double dip, or to do the little bit of extra work it takes to make you and everyone around you's life better, to take some of that dip and move it over. Most people will pick lazy. And what I have found out over the years is that if you ask a person, did you just double dip? What you are actually asking them is, are you so lazy that you are willing to subject everyone else at this party? Are you so lazy you're willing to subject everyone else at this party to your mouth fluids because that's easier than just getting a scoop of that dip? And most people, when they hear it and it clicks in their brain, they realize what they have done. Well, that's my experience.
If you and I are at a party together, we're not together because you'll ditch me and go over where the popular people are. So
no, I'm going to go where the dip is.
Not to worry about. No, I'm already there. So, and maybe you give me the eye, like, are you keeping an eye, make sure no one's double dipping, and I'll be your wingman. So
listen, I'm a social butterfly. All right. Even at the Super Bowl party, I'm going to ping group to group. I'm going around. I'm making the rounds. I'm talking to everybody. I'm a social butterfly. All right. You got to let me strut, Captain. I'm a peacock. You got to let me strut.
This is why I don't go to Super Bowl parties, because I actually watch the game.
For the record, I also do watch the game. I'm the opposite. The one thing that does drive me nuts about Super Bowl parties is the people who shut up for the commercials and then yap through the game. But I'm also a creature of social needs. And I like a good Super Bowl party. What I tell you I absolutely do is that before I leave the crib, I set that Super Bowl to record. And when I get home from said Super Bowl party, and obviously moving to the morning shows has made this a little bit more difficult. It was easy back when it's after I wake up the next day and I actually watch the Super Bowl. A little more difficult now. But usually what I will do is if I'm at the party, I'm making mental notes of like when the stuff I want to go back and check out is. I go home, I pull up the DVR, and then I flip through and I watch the important stuff. And then I will try to do like a full scale rewatch before I get back on the air the next time. However, if you double dip, you are a lazy person, a selfish person, a person who cares more about your immediate gratification than you care about the well-being and enjoyment of everyone else sharing that food with you. That's all it comes down to. All it comes down to. Final segment next, the Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
You know, this is gonna shock you, Matt Kraft. When I say this is really gonna shock you. I'm overly shy and non-confrontational in groups of people. So if I went to said party, I would not be gloating about my Chiefs fandom and all that kind of stuff. I'd probably be standing in the corner waiting till an acceptable time to leave. Okay, the boss has seen me. I've had a conversation with the boss a little bit. He knows I'm here. At what point, and then a lot of those times, especially if it's a company function, you wait for one of the big stars to leave, then it's acceptable for you to go. Like if a Rise guy is leaving, then you can leave too. Done this before. You leaving now? Yeah. I'll walk out with you, dude. That sort of thing. But I am not going to that thing going, my team's better than you and all that kind of stuff. I mean, do you go to a party to fight? I don't think so. I guess it depends on what kind of party. You ever go to a party to fight, Rob?
I've never gone anywhere to fight, which is why I've never fought. Also,
I don't mind fighting, on the air and all that kind of stuff.
I'm moving on your screen because everything over here.
Just now, yeah, because you were using your hand.
Everything.
While you're being still, be still.
Well, I'm killing off Chrome and jumping back in now.
You're still on.
No, I know because the task manager is firing up, but I can't do anything on any other website right now.
Okay, but you look fine on your movements and everything are fine.
I can't do anything else.
Your lip flaps are matching. It was, now it froze because you jumped off. Yeah. Now we know at the minutes on the air that Rob killed Chrome.
Chrome deserves it this morning.
My Chrome is fine.
My Chrome is tarnished.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing, Madcraft. And I appreciate people like you, especially having that kind of conversation, because I will have a conversation if someone approaches me, but I'm not going to go around and try to start the conversation. Usually when I'm in a room, unfortunately, people want to talk politics. No, and I don't want to talk politics. Yes, I have my beliefs and thoughts and all that kind of stuff, but I don't want to talk about it in public. I don't. But I will talk about football. But I'm not going to go up and start a football conversation. And yes, I'm having a really good year, and that rarely happens to any football fan. My coded stuff that I've been wearing all the time, not because I'm a front runner, has got me into some conversations lately, which is fine. Usually it's people saying, do you think they can do it? Yeah, I believe they can do it.
For another win over Tennessee. Will Florida be able to speed up the game again, or will Tennessee set the pace to secure a top 25 win for their rest?
I'm glad Denton voiced what I've been thinking all along. If you think that the league is rigged, why wouldn't you bet for Kansas City to win? It's just so it's a bunch of followers or a bunch of haters, but you don't hate enough to believe that what you're saying. If you believe the Chiefs are going to win because it's preordained, because it's written in the script, go put like $10,000 on them winning.
For more details. limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. You can now buy
You can always call.
Amazon. Visit Hyundai.
Although, not a lot of time, so you gotta get in pretty quick.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money.
Get in on what? Am I not in right now?
No.
Oh,
You're doing. I'm having a conversation. I'm talking to the Armada, dude. No.
I'm only asking because, again, my internet is jacked, so I'm on my computer. I was just making
Well,
sure.
whatever you did, you messed it up. It was fine before. Now it's all hesitating and everything. So if you just left it alone.
I couldn't do anything.
Like what?
I was locked. Play sound. Move my mouse.
Oh, okay. What do you need all that stuff for?
Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the Fan Upstate.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. We got about 12 more minutes left to go here in the show. So if you want to get in on the radio broadcast, now's a wonderful time to do it. 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE. You can give us a call on that number. You can shoot us a text on that number, 844-326-3663. If you want to do that, we certainly would love to have you on the show this morning. We have talked a lot. This is Super Bowl, but heard Denton Day earlier call the offseason list season, which I think is a frankly excellent name. I call it peak offseason radio, but list season, that's where you're going to start to hear hosts who don't like to talk golf, soccer, hockey, basketball, all the other sports. They're going to come in here on a regular basis and they're going to say, who are the top 5 blanks in sports? What are the top 3 thises in sports? What guys did the top 3 thises? Whatever. I like talking all the sports. That's just me. He called it list season. We are in right now prime Super Bowl food territory. You're going to hear that conversation a lot over the next couple of weeks. People are going to be consistently asking, hey, what's your favorite Super Bowl snack? What's your favorite Super Bowl meal? How do you drums or flats? And that's all well and good. That's great conversation.
Have you ever heard someone that sort of thing going on and thought, hey man, I got to try that? Because I have.
I would be fine.
No way you've tried every Super Bowl food.
I'm sure I haven't. What I'm saying is, like, I am down with those discussions if you bring them to me in a way that's more than just, I like cheese. Like, yeah, me too. But like, what's that doing for me right now? Now, if you were to hit me with, hey, like Wintexter just sent in his menu, his recipe for his Buckeye Mike sent in a recipe for a particular dip that he likes. And I got to tell you, copy pasted and moved to my Google document. I'm all in.
Can you
Buckeye Mike.
give us like what he called the dip?
He didn't give it a name. It's yes, he did. It's called Ohio cheese dip. I'm down to try it.
You can't go wrong with that.
I'm gonna tell you this, Mike. If I make it and it ends up reminding me of Skyline chili, you're banned from the show forever.
That's not true. We don't do that.
Banned from the show forever. Madcraft joining us on the phone lines. What's up, big dog? Welcome back to the show, buddy.
What's up, buddy? Hey, I just wanted to talk about the Chiefs ref situation.
Do it.
This is coming from a Los Angeles Chargers fan. So I have no good feelings for the Chiefs whatsoever. Okay. But I'm going to tell you why this is not the 2 P's that y'all think is pennies and pockets. These are the other 2 P's, precision and perfection of all facets of the game. All right, let me give you an example. All right, let's say there's 6 seconds to go. And as the play starts, whistle gets called, and lo and behold, LeBron draws a foul. We don't go, oh, man, no, refs are in pockets. Oh, God. No, we go, oh, LeBron's doing LeBron things because he knows precision and perfection of the game. That's exactly why the Chiefs are so good at winning one-possession games. It's the 2 P's, precision and perfection. That's what makes Mahomes so good. But thanks, guys.
You got it, buddy. Appreciate you. Madcraft checking in. Good to have him back on the phone lines there. We talked about this very briefly yesterday, but we didn't really get to it. Lonzo has been talking about the secret society of broadcasters, me and Stephen A. and Mad Dog and all these people in a group text who there's another one going right now, and that is the people who are going, no, guys, you're missing it out. The Chiefs are just that good. Here's Dan Orlovsky.
Well, because the 2 or 3 plays that needed to be made at the most critical times, they didn't. And Kansas City did. I think that if you watch that game and you go to the start of the fourth quarter, there's the drive that leads to the 4th and 1 stop. There's 2 or 3 plays by Kansas City where they make a shoestring tackle and they don't step out of it if you're Buffalo. They obviously get stopped on the 4th down call. It's a horrific officiating situation. That's for another time, obviously. Here's the reality. And I love him more than anybody on the planet, I think, in this industry. He got the ball back with 3 minutes, down 3 with 3.5 minutes to go. He just didn't get it done. Just on first down, throw the check down instead of throwing that ball over the middle of the field. Like Tony Romo was calling a throwaway, throw a check down. I've watched you do it all year. 2nd down, ball gets batted down. 3rd down, they throw the screen to Coop. Don't slip a little bit. You step out of a tackle, you score. And then 4th down, I want to tip my hat to Steve Spagnuolo. How do you not expect that?
Listen, I don't have an issue with the take. I have said many times and many times again, if a team does not play up to their expectations and yet still has an opportunity to win the game, don't tell me that a blown call is okay because, hey, you should have just overcome it. No, if the team made a bunch of mistakes and still had a chance to win the game, it should be up to the team to win the game. Nothing else. It should be up to the players, not officials, not whistles, not replays, not anything else. It should be up to the players to make the right plays. But Orlovsky also has a point, which is even if there were a couple of situations, and there were, you haven't really heard me gripe about the refs in this game. I do think there were a couple of blown calls. I also know for a fact Buffalo got away with at least one hold and at least one face mask that didn't get called, like clear ones. So I'm not complaining about it. He wasn't the only one. Here's Mark Schlereth.
Well, I think the Chiefs beat the Bills, and I think the Bills beat themselves like they beat themselves. I mean, one, chasing points early in a game to me is stupid. And it came back to bite you in the butt. Going for 2, you take points off the board at 17. You take the points off. You go down to 16. You don't convert on the 2-point conversion. You keep trying the same damn play. The push. You don't have a big guy behind Josh Allen to push. You have a running back to push. You don't convert a couple of those. Like the same issues that bite you in the butt consistently. It feels to me like when Sean McDermott is coaching against Andy Reid, Sean McDermott shrivels up a little bit and Andy Reid just says, hey, man, I'm the boss. This is what I do. And ultimately, that's how this game played out.
That's it. You made the same mistakes. You repeated them. You kept trying to run the same play because it wasn't working. You tried to do something that wasn't you and your team. And at the end of the day, I said this last offseason. I'll say it this offseason. He's not going to do it, I don't think, because he's not this guy, I don't think. But if I was Josh Allen, I would be saying to the Bills, you can keep Sean McDermott or you can keep me, but you can't keep us both. You just can't. I'm going somewhere, or he is, because he and that play calling was abysmal. And on top of that, Josh Allen had opportunities to execute, and he made mistakes. And I'm going to fight back on one thing Orlovsky said. I don't think anybody loves him more than I do. Yeah, they do. I do. Love Josh Allen. My favorite non-Saints player to watch play right now. But
yeah, we know.
He screwed the pooch in big-time opportunities to get it done. Yes, the refs blew some calls. Ain't no doubt about it. But the Bills had an opportunity, and between the awful play calling from Sean McDermott and between Josh Allen just missing some opportunities, missing some spots, they did themselves in.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
First thing that Zach's seen is Mordor.
We got off the show yesterday after JD McDonough let us off, and I watched that bump. Bleeping ow.
It's amazing how strong his head is, though, right?
Dude, His head, I'm shocked his neck didn't sever.
I know.
That was unbelievable. And my dude got up and didn't just finish the match, took some bumps.
And also
threw a finisher.
Yeah, broken ribs and collapsed lung. Yeah.
Mordor is trending because, you know what? I don't know. I was going to say maybe it's got something to do with the wildfires.
No, it was actually Russia. There's a video from a distance of Russia, a part of Russia on fire right now or last night or something. And people were saying it looks like Mordor.
The whole world's on fire. Everything's fine.
Yes. Fine. Oh, I don't smell smoke. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Jalen Milroe.
Jalen Milroe is Xing. I've seen some videos. I don't know if this is why. I've seen some videos of him doing some community work, and the people around love to see it. Is he?
He's not really tearing it up at the Senior Bowl.
The Senior Bowl, yeah. And that was going to be my guess. Was he either did something really good or not so great? Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this. Milroe is when usually if a guy's like undecided, I'm like, yo, go get the bag. Like your NFL career is not guaranteed. If there's somebody telling you they're going to draft you, go. Jalen Milroe is one of a group of dudes that I would say, my man, you need to go back for one more. Like you're good and it's in there. You've got the capability. I think you need to go back for one more run in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, but once you're playing, committed to playing in that game, it's too late, isn't it? I think.
I think Jalen had one more year of eligibility he could have burned up.
Well, once you're down there, I think you're down there.
Oh, yeah, right. I think he's out now.
Yeah. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Tom Selleck.
Could have given me 100 guesses. I would not have guessed that Tom Selleck was going to be trending today. Tom Selleck is trending because a bunch of you people are bringing back the stash. The stash is back in effect right now. I'm seeing it all over the place. I'm assuming it's because there's a worldwide effort to make Tom Selleck's mustache back in style.
No, it's his birthday.
Okay.
It's his birthday.
Tom Selleck is 77.
Close, but higher. He is 80.
Okay. I'm in that 3-year window.
It's a lot of people love Tom Selleck, even still, because he's on Blue Bloods, and that's I know my wife.
He's got another one coming out too. I saw, or maybe it's like a replay of one he did while doing or right before. I don't know, but he's got another show that came out. They showed it, and the wife was like, "Tom Selleck," and I was like, "No, ma'am, no, we're not doing that. You want to get away with saying Brady's attractive? I'm good with that." You want to get away with saying Harrison Ford's attractive? In a weird way, I'm good with that. You are not hitting me with Tom Selleck.
Dude, the ladies
at 80.
The ladies have loved Tom Selleck since back in the day.
Yeah, but again, like it's
since Magnum PI, he's been the guy.
It is weird to me that my wife has a crush on the same person that her mother had a crush on when he was already an adult. That's just it. That's the only thing for me. It's weird.
Well, it's hereditary. All right. The next thing that's Xing is AJ Styles.
AJ Styles has got to be coming back for the Rumble, right? Like he's going to be a surprise entry.
That's why he's Xing. Speculation that he will make his return Saturday, just like Charlotte Flair. But they put that.
There's no speculation. She straight up said
she's coming back.
There was on Reddit the other day. Take it for what it's worth. Somebody released an image that they claimed was the Royal Rumble entry list, and it looked good.
Remember, I mentioned something, and I'm sticking with it. There were no TNA people on there, and with the Connect, I know there's going to be some other people from TNA there.
I wouldn't be shocked,
if
but
you
I would
say
also,
his name, he will appear.
Listen, nobody hopes you're right more than me, but at the same time, it's a relatively fresh connection. You know, they've been building this for a while. Like maybe, I don't know.
I forget on that list, Jordan Grace wasn't on there, and she just signed with WWE, so there's guaranteed she's going to be in there.
I will say this. I'm going to pop so hard if Roman Reigns or if The Rock used his corporate powers to make himself number 31 on the list of 30. I'm all in.
That would be excellent. And finally, the last thing, I left it last on purpose, which is Xing big time, Fall of Diddy.
That's a documentary that's coming out today.
No, it's already out.
Oh, it's came out?
I think it came out yesterday or the day before. A lot of people watching it.
I don't know. I'm not interested.
I want to know, but I don't want to know.
I don't think, I care, and I hope the dude gets thrown under a jail that is under another jail, sure. But I don't know how much I care about Diddy to follow the story. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Have a great day, everybody. See you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
MGM tonight on the BetQL Network.
By the way, my Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmore has to start with Mount Rushmore, James.
Mount Rushmore is the Mount Rushmore.
And then I'm probably gonna put an Olympus on there. I know it's no, actually the Olympus does exist. The mountain exists, I believe. And then I'm gonna go with Kilimanjaro.
Well, so you're doing a Mount Rushmore of mountains.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
You said Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmore. Like my Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmores is Mount Rushmore of wrestling, Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks, Mount Rushmore of, I'm gonna say, action movie stars, and Mount Rushmore of foods. Those are gonna be my Mount Rushmore.
those are really good Mount Rushmores.
That's a Mount Rushmore.
But he did comment again saying it's the Mount Rushmore. So the Mount Rushmore and Mount Rushmores, you got to put Mount Rushmore on there.
We've said Mount Rushmore enough times that it sounds weird to me now. Rushmore is a weird thing to say. One of those things we say that sounds weird, and we just all act as if it's a totally.
I don't know if there's more room on there, but it is weird that there hasn't been any more faces put on Mount Rushmore. I mean, if you're president, don't you want your face put on Mount Rushmore? I mean, I get it. I get it's an ego thing. I don't think. Well, I know none of those presidents were alive to see their face put on Mount Rushmore. But
I think that when you think about the presidents that are up there, the accomplishments.
I can only think of three. I think.
Jefferson, Roosevelt, Lincoln, and Washington.
Yeah, I forgot Jefferson. That's the one
I think it's Jefferson.
Are you sure? I thought it was like.
You got me second.
Yeah.
I know Roosevelt's up there. I know Washington's up there. I know Lincoln's up there. I'm pretty sure it's Jefferson. Yes, Thomas Jefferson. I'm right. All of those have accomplishments that are recognized.
So no other president since them has had an accomplishment.
Well, I had a second half of that sentence.
Okay. Well, all right. I'm sorry.
Had accomplishments that I think, although obviously popular opinion changes regularly in this country, are recognized by the majority of the country as influential to its existence. Not its success, its existence. We don't win the Revolutionary War without Washington. We don't have the Constitution, Bill of Rights as written without Jefferson. We did not preserve the Union without Lincoln. And we probably fractured in the face of international enemies without Roosevelt. If you were going to add another president to that list, the only president I think I could even nominate would probably be Woodrow Wilson through World War II. But I would also make the argument that there was never really a true hostile threat to the country, to the mainland,
Japan.
That genuinely would have made you think we might not exist after this. The Germans had U-boats in the Atlantic, but they didn't do anything that made us believe we were in imminent danger.
Pearl Harbor.
But the only reason they got to Pearl Harbor is that's the furthest they could get. That's why they went to Pearl Harbor, because they just couldn't get any further towards the mainland. Now, had they taken Pearl Harbor after a campaign, then we would have been in a world of hurt. But I don't think there was imminent danger to the mainland via World War II, which is why Woodrow Wilson would probably not be considered. I don't know that I would argue that there is a president since Roosevelt that deserves to go on Mount Rushmore. I don't know that my reasoning is the criteria for those presidents, but I think it is the defining trait for why those four are on there.
Yeah, Stephen, but I was talking about that Mount Olympus. You know that one. The one that you know that one.
There's 10 of them in Greece. Oh, man. All right. That's it for us, dudes. Thanks for being here. You're all amazing. We love you. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye.